this a little bit more. There's some conditions around that water line, the distance and the condition of the line itself that may be too much of an economic burden for the development. The other piece of this is because if you look at your plans and the lot configurations, they're narrow and skinny, and we're going to have to fit wells and septic systems. So if that is the route we're going, we're going to be looking for nitrate analysis for the plumes for the septic systems. It's just everything's so tight in there that they're going to have to be pretty precise with their locations of those two items. I think the rest of it is pretty much the same that you saw before. We may want to get some information as far as the wetlands out back, what the setbacks will be, and if there's any revisions to any of those. There will be some stormwater provisions, obviously, with the development of the road, access and things like that, because they're planning on the stormwater measures to be behind the houses that are on that wetland side. So where we have access, how they get access to those ponds or filtration devices will be important. But other than that, they are promoting here a pretty nice little subdivision, at least in the first phase. And I guess we'd be interested to see is, are there plans in the future to continue this? And if so, you, the board, will be in the dilemma of, what should we ask for now and what, should we prepare them for if there is a future phase? So this, again, you're not taking any action tonight. You're just listening, and you can chime in with suggestions, but nothing is binding at this point. So, Bob, I'll return it back to you, and whether you want to have Dustin present on top of mine.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, Dustin.
Hey there. Thanks for having us here tonight. I'm going to try and share my screen here. I don't know if somebody can enable me to do that, or I'll put a plan up if that's okay.
I'm trying.
Okay. So
yeah.
This stumps us every time.
Yeah, had I realized, I would have asked you to send it to me ahead of time. It says one participant can share at a time, so you should be able to.
Yeah, it says host disabled participant screen share.
Okay. Rename meeting. It's not that. Recount room security. There we go. Try it now.
All right, that looks good. Okay, everyone see that okay?
Perfect.
All right. Dustin Roma from DM Roma Consulting Engineers, representing R.N. Williams Sons Inc. For this proposed amendment to the subdivision approvals. As Jim had indicated, in 2016 there was one lot that was split off. 2017 the board approved 3 additional lots which all had existing frontage on either Patricia Avenue or Pipeline Road. So we had proposed a larger project as a pre-application back about a little over a year ago. And at that time, that would have encompassed kind of the full development of the property. And we've had some discussions about the existing ongoing use of that pit on the adjacent property, where that pit is still continuing in operation. They utilize this driveway access from Viola to get into that property. So they're really not at a point yet where they're ready to fully build out that part of the site as a residential subdivision. So what we decided to do was to basically break the project in half and to propose the first phase of the project, which would come in off of Patricia Ave. One of the items that we're proposing here as an improvement to what we had proposed before was a realignment of where the The new driveway intersects Patricia Ave. You may recall from the site walk that our area of owned frontage right here is just a little bit off the actual corner of the roadway. And while, you know, we probably would meet the technical minimum requirements for site distance at that location, it was certainly a much better scenario to move the driveway slightly to the north, which would put it basically right at the corner to give much wider, better sight distances looking in both directions. So the applicant has discussed this with the neighboring property owner, and will be providing the town with some documentation just showing that there would be an easement conveyed for this triangular portion of land in through here, so that the roadway can access in that new location. It'll also help to avoid a utility pole that's right there on the corner. So there's a couple of reasons why it's a better spot for that driveway. As Jim indicated, we have in essence, a clustered conservation type subdivision layout here with some open space. Initially, we were looking at having all of the lots be the smaller lot size, half-acre size, with the rest of it being made up as open space. We did want to keep some flexibility on 3 of the lots to be able to be built out as duplexes as an option. Those lots are 2, 3, and 4 in the middle. The rest of the lots being the half-acre size, the way I understand the ordinance is those would be restricted to single-family homes. The entire development, you know, lots 2, 3, and 4 may be built out as single-family homes as well, but again, we just wanted to try and keep some flexibility for those 3 properties. The roadways proposed as there'll be 20 feet of paved travelway with 2-foot gravel shoulders on either side, and that is the public road standard. As far as whether the town is interested in accepting this as a public road, I guess we would leave that up to the town. We'll do our part to design it as a public road, and if the town wishes to accept it, we'd, you know, certainly be willing to offer it for public acceptance. If the town would like to wait until the actual connection is made to pipeline before they'd consider acceptance, we can delay it as well. So we'll be just coordinating with the town on what their preference is there. We are going to have a stormwater filter basin right here at the entrance at Patricia Ave. High spot in the road here, about 250 feet in. So this water will drain back into a pretty small stormwater pond here right at the entrance. As we continue down the road, again, we'll have a hammerhead turnaround that's being built here around Station 700. At some point in the future, when the road is extended into pipeline, then you know, we can potentially remove that hammerhead, or we can leave it in place if there's a functional advantage for fire trucks or things like that. We can just kind of work through that scenario when we develop the next phase. All the stormwater will run down into this one channel here, run down in between these last 2 lots. We've got 2 more stormwater filter basins here on the rear side of the property. As Jim had indicated, we will need to provide permanent access areas so that we can equipment can get down behind these buildings and maintain these ponds. So we will provide a kind of an easement area that runs down along this last lot and then in around the back, so that these lots, these ponds back here can be maintained. We do have setbacks from the edge of the wetland, since it's a wetland of special significance. The standard setback is 75 feet. We are proposing site work closer than that, so we'll be getting applying for a permit by rule with Maine DEP in order to build these ponds in their proposed location. We're also required to get a stormwater permit through Maine DEP, just based on the amount of impervious area that's proposed here. So that was the main reason why we wanted to come back in front of the board as a pre-application sketch, is because we're getting ready to submit this to DEP for our stormwater permits. And we just wanted to get a sense from the board that, you know, this was on the right track and that we didn't want to see any substantial changes before we made these applications to the state. Yeah, and these are the road cross sections here again, proposed to be built to the public standard. We did take a hard look at the project's feasibility to bring in public water. We looked at it from a couple of different directions. The closest water main is out on Roosevelt Trail. The two options are really to come down Viola Ave and then continue it down through what would be the future road connection to come in and bring it in this way. The second option would be to come all the way down Patricia Avenue out to the project's entrance and then bring it in that way. Both locations required about a 1,500-foot main extension. Also, due to the water pressures out in the area, the water district was telling us that a main extension down through these roads would likely be a 12-inch diameter main, which is, you know, significantly more cost than an 8. So we did look at the feasibility of running public water down Patricia Avenue and then the additional 800 feet through the site. And it just was not something that the developer felt that they could shoulder for this project. Not knowing how many years it's going to be before they decide to fully reclaim the pit and build out this final phase of the development. You know, it would just be too much cost to bring in for this 9 additional homes that they're proposing here. So instead of bringing in public water and installing a hydrant, we're proposing to sprinkle all of the buildings as fire protection for the project. So I think that's a basic summary of kind of where we're at now. Certainly welcome the feedback from the board if you have any. And as I said, our next step is going to be to be filing our applications with the DEP, and then we'll come back with a full application, including septic system designs, the hydrogeologic analysis, as Jim had indicated, well placement areas. We'll address all of that in our full complete application when we come back to the board. So for that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Dustin. Dustin, just one quick thing. If I remember correctly, the layout of the land, it's fairly open. For the buffered areas, would you consider some plantings between the lots in those buffer zones?
Yeah, we can propose a landscaping plan, which would include some interior buffering. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Does the board have anything specific?
I guess I'm a little concerned about the tightness of the lots and the well septic scenarios. So I'm kind of curious. I know it's in the future, but I wonder how many lots would be proposed for the rest of the remaining lands between the end of the driveway and pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, we had proposed, like I said, we had submitted a plan and come before the board about a year ago, a little before, which showed basically this many lots again coming down through here. So there was, you know, maybe another 10 lots or so that were going to be on this side of the road. There's some different options. I mean, the ordinance allows for multifamily development, so there could potentially be, some, 3 or 4 unit buildings, which would have, which would allow more dwellings than the single family homes. But basically, we're looking at the limiting factor being road frontage and the ability to create these building windows for each of the lots. So, you're looking at, the potential of, between 7 and 10 lots that could occupy that additional space.
Yeah, just for disclosure, Mike, when they came back in previously, they had 21 lots total, which would have included the 4 that Dustin talked about, plus the 9 tonight. So he's about right. It'd be about 8 or 9 more lots likely could fit in there between the end of this and up to those properties that abut pipeline.
Because I'm just sort of thinking with that many lots, then maybe it would be more economically feasible to bring in water 1,500 feet, but I know that we probably don't want to do it for the number of lots proposed now. But I guess when it gets future developed, maybe we could at least think about requiring these proposed lots to have to hook up. Just a thought.
So you're thinking, Mike, what you're thinking about is to require the public water pipeline for any additional lots? Is that what you're?
Well, maybe that's not a good way to go.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of worried about the how do we make sure that the septic and well is going to work on such a narrow lot?
Well, that's precisely why we've asked for the nitrate study. Obviously, Alice can get into the state requirements for adequate separation between the two, and that's why I was saying before, given the narrowness of the lots, they're going to be very precise with those. And when they give us the nitrate analysis, that will generate a plume that shows where the nitrates from the septic will flow in a direction based on topography and soils. And from that, you'll have a better understanding of what potential contamination would be to wells. Now, obviously, they'll put them outside of the Department of Human Services requirements for acceptable potential plumes, but yeah, it is a concern given the narrowness of the lots.
Well, that sounds like a reasonable approach to try to make it safe.
Dustin, could we go to the to your ponds that are being built on two of the lots? They're actually going to be on the property of those owners.
Yep.
And the maintenance of those are going to be in a road association, or?
Correct.
And the only reason why it has to be built on those property is because you want the acreage for a duplex? Am I understanding that correct?
Right. So, I mean, the best scenario would be if we could get permission to locate those ponds closer to the wetlands. Then that would be the best scenario. But we're anticipating that the DEP will require us to keep these soil disturbance away from those existing wetland areas. So that pushes them up here into the lots. So we tried to occupy as small of a footprint as we could, but what it is we've got basically the area of road frontage here in front of the lots. The backyard space is going to have some of the stormwater ponds, but we'll need to provide documentation through that hydrogeologic analysis that we've got room on each of these lots to include wells, septics, and the stormwater basins will all be part of that.
So just under those areas of concern, that would be a concern of mine, that we would be building those ponds on somebody's property, but yet giving the road association the rights to those ponds to maintain them.
Mhm.
I think that's a problem down the road that would be nice to be able to avoid.
And that was one of our thinking in having those lots be the duplex lots, so that they would be, you know, like apartment rentals type scenarios,
Right.
to avoid some of those potential complications in the
Yeah.
future.
Before I forget, just to answer your question on the town road, the road really would not, the town would not be interested in the road, according to what we've been in discussions and plans right now, until it is connected.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're muted, Jim. I can see you talking, but we can't hear you.
Here we go. Thank you. Just for your insight too, under the subdivision ordinance, the way our ordinance is written, for any subdivision of 15 lots or 25 units, or would require a loop road. So once they do exceed 15 lots, somehow there's going to have to be some loop connectivity. So when they do get to phase two, this will have to definitely connect into pipeline if they do more than 6 more lots, which is likely scenario.
Okay.
Good.
I had one other question for Dustin. On lot 5, there's a pretty narrow wedge of what you've called open space. What is the benefit, and what would be, how would one, what are the expectations, I guess, around that open space? Because it is pretty remote in the back, it's wet. Would you be looking to put the wetlands in open space too, or why are we just picking this one sliver?
Yeah. So on that one, that's basically the leftover land from lot 5 that would otherwise make it a conforming lot in the zone. Our thought there was that we were trying to keep as many of the lots in conformance with the clustered standards. The idea of that being open space is that it would be less likely for a homeowner to try and do something out in that backland if it was clearly, common open space not owned by the owner. Then it would be more protected from someone that maybe isn't as tuned to wetland rules and things like that in the future. If it was clearly open space, then it would have a higher likelihood of being protected than if it was part of somebody's land and they thought they might want to, go build some, dirt bike trails on it or something like that.
Which Justin is really a great segue into asking why that open space doesn't continue through all of that wetland. That really is non-buildable anyway.
Yep. So, I mean, I would be open to having all of this land here be all contiguous open space. What our preference was is to allow these lots to potentially be built out as duplex lots. So that was why we had to keep more of that land together. So that was really the only reason. Otherwise, we could have more open space through here. But our understanding was that if we were to build these out as half-acre lots, then they would all only be eligible as single-family homes, and that none of the lots could be built out as duplexes.
Yeah, I think one of the things we might want to take a look at, and I didn't really look at this before tonight, is if there's a possibility, at least we can put I think under the open space provisions, you can have the open space either in its own entity of open space, or maybe even a deed restriction over a lot. So I don't know if you would necessarily lose the lot area, but maybe it's the fact that we could protect that area.
Yeah, if there's a way in the ordinance for us to have the flexibility of duplexes on some of these lots and give more open space, I'm totally up for that. If there's a way we can do it.
Okay. Anything else from the board? Questions, concerns?
Just that when you folks see this plan, because of the size of the property, one of the requirements in the ordinances is that technically you're supposed to determine whether you want to see a conventional subdivision or a cluster subdivision due to its size. I guess it would be good to give them some guidance tonight if you're on board with kind of this hybrid, or whether you do want to see what one or the other would look like in its entirety, I guess.
I guess my answer to that, Jim, would be if we can somehow end these lots with some buffered area and break off that wetland, connect it with the open space wetland, which then would obviously connect with this other's wetland as it would carry through. I think that as proposed, I wouldn't see a reason for a separate plan. Did the board
Yeah,
have
I
any,
think Alex now, yeah, sorry.
does the board have any questions? I can't, Kevin, I can't see you for some reason.
No, well, you have to scroll down to the
Oh,
other
okay.
people. Yeah, but I agree with what you just said. I was just gonna say the same thing. I'd like to keep the back of all those lots in the open space area. And have it continue on through. So
Yeah, and that would make,
Greg?
that would make lot 5 eligible for a duplex, correct? Which is a good thing.
Yes.
If you
Oh, yeah,
apply
that's right. it would.
standard lot 5,
Right.
a
Yeah,
good thing,
Yeah,
I
that would be
think.
a good thing. And Mike, now I've lost you, Mike. There you are. You have anything else, Mike? Oh, Ed, welcome.
No, I'm okay right now. Thanks.
All right.
Yeah, so I think Alex and I will have to work, take a look at the cluster provisions to see what is acceptable for open space provisions, because I do know I believe there were two options. One where it could be put in a separate lot of open space, and I think the other has a provision where it can be protected within the lots themselves.
Okay. Ed, I'm not sure when you joined us, but you know what we're talking about? You're muted.
Yep. Yeah, I have it up on my screen. Was the meeting supposed to start earlier than 7 tonight? I didn't.
Yeah, we
get-
started at 6:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Get that
Now, we
message.
didn't tell you. Don't feel bad.
Oh, all right.
No. But back, Ed, do you see what we're talking about on right
Yeah.
now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So you could just combine all the open space and reduce the size of those lots. So it's not part of each individual lot, and
Right.
you'd still get credit for it.
That's what we need to investigate under the open space subdivision, but
It seems a sensible thing to do, because these people aren't going to want to own swamp out and back like that, and it's just going to be a nuisance, most likely.
yeah, and I think our goal is obviously to protect the wetlands. So, I mean, either way, they wouldn't be allowed to go in there because it is a restricted wetland. But, the fact is, if you put it into a formal open space, then it's a little more formal on the plan and on the ground as far as where you can't go.
Anything else from the board?
I'm good.
Dustin, do you have any questions for us?
Nope, I don't think so. I think, we'll just work with Jim and Alex on, what we can do. I certainly share the same goals as what the planning board wants, is to, protect the wetland areas the best we can. So, we'll work with Jim and Alex on that.
Okay.
And also, Dustin, it's going to be important too for that entrance to understand what the speed limit and sight distance are from a traffic design standpoint for safe access in and out of that entrance.
Yep. Yeah, I guess that's all I have for questions here tonight, so. Sounds like the board generally acceptable to the plan, certainly subject to review of the details, and we'll go from there.
Okay,
All right,
thanks,
thank you.
Dustin.
All right, very good.
All right, with that.
Now I know what I look like on the screen. Scary.
Okay, we will move to the public hearing section for the ordinances. What I intend to do, since we're in the Zoom here, is open the public hearing, but leave the public hearing open while we go through each of these proposed ordinances. So if anybody is watching, there is a phone number. If you are catching this after the meeting, just so that you know the procedure is that the planning board will act on these ordinances. We'll either approve them with a recommendation, we'll just approve them with no recommendation, or vote no on any of them. We are just sending them to the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen then will act on each of them and put them onto the town meeting. So that's the procedure. So if you miss it tonight, you still have at least 2 other opportunities to ask questions about each of the proposed ordinance changes. So with that, we'll leave that public hearing open, and we'll start in with the road and street definitions.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The first amendment would be to develop some consistency within our ordinances. Throughout our ordinances, we use the word street and road interchangeably. However, there have been pieces in our ordinances where those may have different intent and meaning. So the opportunity here was within our land use ordinance, Article 12, shoreline zoning, Section 17, and within our street ordinance, to redefine road such that it is basically in terms, a term commonly used to describe a route or track consisting of a bed of exposed mineral soil, gravel, asphalt, or other surfaces, materials constructed for or created by repeated passage of motor vehicles. The term shall also include undedicated roads that are described in a recorded document. The term road, this is the most important part, the term road shall not include those ways which have been discontinued or abandoned. For the purposes of the Town of Raymond land use ordinances, a road must comply with the standards set forth under the definition of street to be utilized for all acceptable lot frontage and street front. Again, what we're trying to do is have consistency between the term road and street. So essentially what this definition would do within these 3 ordinances, or 4 ordinances, sorry, would be to basically say that where it states the term road, it really means street.
Okay, is there any discussion on the board? We've been through these a couple times. Okay, so we would need a motion to send to the Board of Selectmen approving with a recommendation for approval, just to send to the Board of Selectmen, or we would have the option to vote no.
Yeah, so moved
Moved
by
Second.
Greg.
with a recommendation for approval, Greg?
Yes,
Okay. The
amazing.
motion is to send the ordinance adjusting the road and street definitions to the Board of Selectmen, recommending approval. It's a Zoom, so remember we have to vote by voice. Kevin, you're first up.
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye,
Ed,
Aye.
and I vote yes as well, so the motion passes 5-0. And the next one up, Jim, is the backlot driveway. Private road.
Yes. Yep, this is the terminus redesign for backlot driveway and private road turnaround terminus design. Just give you a little background on this. This originated with some of the recent developments that we've seen being inadequate for some of our fire protection apparatus. So what we've done here is we worked with the fire department and have revised the terminus detail such that it will operate effectively for current town of Raymond fire apparatus, emergency vehicles. And there's two appendices that have been added to this. One is the actual design options for the street turnaround, and one for the backlot driveway terminus, which is under Appendix A. And Appendix B are various criteria that the fire department has included that they will be looking for to maintain both for slope access and geometric access, as well as no parking signs and where they would be located for the turnaround. There's some other information in there. It's just to, how we measure and look at like things for the fire truck apparatus. And there's an exhibit in there, showing how and where we measure those from.
Okay, Ed has found some either kind of typos or things that were misconstrued in it. Alex, I sent those to you. Did they make sense to you as well?
Yeah, I
Just-
did see those. Let's see.
I should have sent that to you as well, Jim. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I believe it's there's some references in the fire one that have some references to, one had a reference to Raymond Road, and we will make those clerical revisions.
Okay, but what about, I think line 8, page 11, line 8, Ed's found something I think that is, well, it reads that on at least 8 degrees as opposed to shall not exceed 8 degrees is, I think, fairly significant.
One said 9.
Yeah, but going by the picture on the bottom,
Yeah,
it's got the 8 degrees approach and, and departure. And up in the text, it says it's got to be at least 8 degrees. So I don't think you want it 8 degrees or more, do you? You want it 8 degrees or less?
right.
That should still at most.
Yeah. So those are just, clerical things I think we got to fix.
Yep.
And I think the same thing applies to line 3.
Yep. Yeah, the reference to North Raymond Road can be taken out.
Right. I think that covers it, right, Ed? Did I miss anything?
On number 5, it's a little bit unclear. It seems like it's kind of out of place there. What do you think of that? I don't know what street they're talking about. It seems like it's for a specific project that was addressed and left in there with the copy and paste or something.
Right.
So would that be removed, or should that be removed, number 5?
Yeah, that seems to be on a specific development case by case. Again,
Yep.
this taking the fire department. So I would recommend that we strike number 5.
I didn't catch that.
I didn't either.
So with those amendments, would you like to?
There's one more thing to look at. On page 10, Appendix B, under E, it says departure angles no greater than 9 degrees. The sketch shows 8 degrees.
Yep.
Letter I,
Got it.
just a type.
It's a typo.
Got it.
So they should all be 8 degrees. They should both be 8 degrees consistent.
Yes.
Okay.
Chris, on the way back, you won't have all that water in the tank.
It's true.
Anything else? I'll move that we approve the proposed ordinance change for backlot driveway and private road turnaround terminus designs with a recommendation for approval to the Board of Selectmen. Is there a second?
Second,
Any further discussion? All those in favor, starting with you, Kevin?
Aye.
Aye. Greg?
Aye.
Ed?
aye.
And I vote aye. It passes 0, and we're on to dead ends and grade waivers.
And I assume that somebody is keeping an eye out there in the public to see if we do have any public comments as we go through these.
Yes,
Thank you. The next amendment will be in the street ordinance. This one captures a few things under section 5.5. Minimal travel way width was revised. I'm not sure why we wanted. Alex, do you recall why I don't know if we actually wanted to do that on that one.
We didn't.
No, we
No,
wanna
it should have
keep
been,
12.
we were talking about the grade change, not the width change.
Yep, that should say, it should be 10% for the grade, and the 12 foot width should stay the same. Again, a typo. So the minimum grade should be, the maximum grade should be 10%, not 12, and the travel way should be 12, not 10. So that was within the street design table. The real changes are within section 5.7 for dead end streets. Currently, within many of our ordinances, we have a limitation on the width of the length of streets, but we do have cases where requires a turnaround. And what we decided was that in those cases where we have more than 1,000 linear feet, we could be looking at the need for either a bypass or another turnaround to allow emergency vehicles in there. This is really applicable to a lot of backlot driveways and smaller private roads where that travel way is narrow. And in often cases, these are long winding accesses into deeper properties. So the idea is that when an emergency call comes in to the station and they want to reply, if they send a few emergency vehicles out there, things can get gummed up pretty quickly. So as a manner to allow people to turn off and not, go off into the ditches, we wanted some strategic areas where people could either pull off and pass, or they could have a separate, maybe intermediate turnaround. So that applies to section 5.7. And then finally, section 10 was waivers. And this one has to do with the grade of the roads. As you saw, we revised the backlot driveway from 12% down to 10%. However, we put in here a waiver criteria of, let's see, I believe there's 6 items in the waiver criteria, where if somebody could prove to the board that they were eligible for a waiver meeting these 6 conditions, which could be anything from the geometric lot configuration, physical limitations, the steepness will be minimized in the section of the road, so it won't be an extended, exceedance of the grade. The shoulders could be widened in certain places where the steepness was great. Would not create an adverse condition to the environment or drainage conditions or in winter. And it would remain a safe and healthful condition for obviously the applicants in this case and the neighbors as well, and have a design criteria for the fire department such that the P value, which is a geometrical value, wouldn't exceed 20, And then finally, that it's up to the applicant to provide the evidence that they've met all of these conditions. That's just kind of a quick summary of what we presented for the waiver conditions. And that was the end of that section 4, dead ends and grade waivers.
Is there any discussion from the board?
Yeah, I had a couple things I noticed going through that. On page 13, in that chart with the type of street, where it says private street, the minimum travelway width is 18 feet. And then down below, in footnote number 1, it lists a travelway of 12 feet with shoulders, and then for 4 residences or less, but for 4 to 10, it's got 16 feet. So I don't know what that 18 feet really
18 applies for anything over, anything from 11 and over.
Okay.
So there should be, and there is, it's hard to see, but under the header, under private street, that's where that one footnote is. So, I mean, it is a variable private road standard, based on the number of residents that access it. But that 18 applies for anything over 11 lots, 11 and over.
Should we note that somewhere? Because, I mean, just for me reading it, I didn't catch that it applied to 11 and over.
We can, like in that footnote, we could add another sentence that for lots 11 and over, be 18 feet.
Yeah, that seems like that'd be a good idea.
Yep.
Make it more clear.
Good.
Ed, you had another question on this.
Yeah, on page 14 under E, the letter C, it seems like it's just a sentence fragment. I don't know what it, if something was left out, part of the sentence was left out.
Yeah, I agree, Ed. I think it should say or cannot be designed.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah, there's a not missing.
Okay. A not and a B.
Not B.
I'm a compulsive proofreader.
Thank you. Better now than when we were in a publication.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on the street ordinance changes?
Good.
I have a question.
Yep.
I didn't happen to pick up in the notes that we talked about 12% twice when we're trying to keep it to 10%. Is that something we overlooked, Jim?
Where are you?
On 5.5 in the notes that we were referring to, where we're going to add the language for 11 plus.
We didn't catch it in the footnotes, so those will be reduced back down to 10. Good catch.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Little footnotes catch it.
Anything else? I move that we approve and send to the Board of Selectmen recommending approval, the ordinance changes for street ordinance section 5.5, street ordinance section 5.7A, and street ordinance section 10. For a second,
Second.
any more discussion? All those in favor, starting with you, Kevin,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
and I vote yes as well. Motion passes. So, next up is clearing of vegetation and allowance and permitting.
So this is Yep, this is an ordinance change within the land use article 9 for minimal standards, clearing of vegetation for development. Currently, the zoning requirements limit the 25% of the lot area or 15,000 square feet, which is ever greater. With board discussion, we felt that there needed to be a little more latitude for vegetation clearing or tree clearing. So what we've come up with, thanks to Greg's insertion here, is let me just read it then. In no event shall cleared openings for development, including but not limited to principal and accessory structures, driveways, sewage disposal areas exceed in aggregate 25% of the lot area, 15,000 square feet, which is ever greater, including land previously developed, without site plan approval from the planning board for any clearing, removal of vegetation stumps, or regrading above this threshold. If the development wishes only to cut or harvest trees in excess of the threshold, that a permit must be obtained from the code officer for cutting trees or vegetation. 1, when proposing cutting or tree harvesting areas under 2 acres, a written notification shall be provided to the town code enforcement officer indicating the proposed areas to be cut or harvested, along with the properties undertaking the tree cutting operation, a listing of equipment used, scheduled for the operation to be completed, with dated signatures of the landowner and tree removal operation supervisor responsible. This standard shall not supersede any restrictions or conditions of approval for development.
Jim, you're frozen.
He was doing so good too.
Unplug them and plug them back in.
The ordinance is too long.
I think we're okay with this. Greg, are you okay with this one?
Yeah, I'd rather eliminate it, but I'm good with this.
Wouldn't you say that about all
Tell
of them?
me. What's that?
Did you would say that about all of them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, probably would. No, it's better, a little better.
All right, then where are we? I move that we approve and send to the Board of Selectmen recommending approval the changes to the Land Use Ordinance Article 9, the minimum standards for vegetation allowance and permitting. For a second,
Second.
all those in favor, Kevin,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
and I vote yes, the motion passes 0. And we're up to mixed building use in the commercial district. It's on page 19. Those following along.
Yes, this is a simple clerical change within the commercial district. It previously read that mixed building uses provided the upper floor contains the commercial uses. Obviously, that was supposed to be the lower floor. It's a simple text change converting upper to lower. In other words, the commercial use will be on the first floor and the residential would be on the second floor, not vice versa.
Any discussion yet? So, I recommend we approve it. We send to the Board of Selectmen recommending approval of the land changes to the land use ordinance Article 4 for a mixed building use in the commercial district. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in, any more discussion? All those in favor? Kevin,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
I vote yes, motion passes 5-0. Next up, septic waste disposal sizing. It's on page 21.
Yes, this was
Good, Jim.
yes, this was an inconsistency that Alex picked up on within the shoreline zoning. This probably goes back to some time when early on when the shoreline zoning was coming about, but it really pertains to Section K, septic waste disposal, and in particular, item number 6. Previously had read all development of or construction within 250 feet of the normal high water line of a perennial water body shall meet the requirements, regulations adopted by the Port Water District on June 3rd, 1988. These regulations are to be enforced by the town of Raymond. Well, what we found is since then that some of those regulations have been changed. Some of the governing bodies have changed. So what we've done now is it'll read as follows. All development or construction within 250 horizontal feet of a normal high water line of a great pond shall meet the requirements of the Portland Water District wastewater disposal system permit protocol. These regulations are to be enforced by the town of Raymond. And I think, Alex, you probably can chime in a little bit about what exactly those protocols are.
Basically, in its simplest form, that is a larger gallons per day calculation within 200 feet for Portland Water District. It's within 200 feet of Sebago. So what we're saying is 250 from any great pond. You have to calculate bedrooms at 120 gallons per day instead of 90. And I do think, Ed, you had a note. I saw that come through on, I think it's number 3 in that section. For
above 3, the last
yes,
4 words on the
okay,
line above number 3.
yep, and then it also is in number 3 again. So I'll just update those so
Okay.
that they're all the same. Missed those ones.
Yeah, and that was a change that, sorry, and that was a distinctive change that the board wanted to recognize, that we didn't want to apply this to all perennial water bodies, just the great ponds, for simplicity.
Any other questions, discussion? Yeah, I move that we approve, send to the Board of Selectmen recommending approval for the changes to the shoreline zoning provisions in Article 15 with the septic waste disposal sizing. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? All those, actually, all in favor, Kevin,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
I vote yes, motion passes 5-0. And next up is the ZBA findings, zoning board of appeals findings for their land use ordinance changes to Article 6.
Yes, this is in the Land Use Ordinance, Article 6, Board of Appeals. It applies to appeals procedure. What had to be added was a number 9, which basically reads, a certificate of variance or setback reduction must be recorded at the expense of the applicant in the Cumberland County Registry of Deed within 90 days of the board's decision, or the variance shall be null and void. A building permit must be obtained after the variance is properly recorded before work is started. This was, I believe, a recommendation from legal that our decisions had to be recorded for any appeals because they go with the land, not with the project.
Okay. Is there any discussion? So I move that we recommend approval, send to the Board of Selectmen recommending approval, the change to Article 6 of the land use ordinance concerning the Board of Appeals.
Second.
Oh, second, I'm sorry. Did someone second it?
Kevin and I did.
Oh, perfect. All those in favor, or Kevin,
Aye.
Mike? Mike,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
And I vote yes as well, passes 5-0. Next up is the junkyard.
Yes, the junkyard. This applies to Land Use Ordinance Article 9, minimum standards F, waste material accumulation. This is just a update as correct title of the state ordinance that applies to junkyards. Previously, we had 30 MRSA section 2451B. The correct section now is title 30-A section 3752 of state ordinance.
Is there any questions or discussion amongst the board? I move that we approve land use ordinance Article 9, changes the minimum standards to junkyard regulations, send it to the Board of Selectmen, recommending approval. Is there a second?
Second,
Second,
Any more discussion? All those in favor? Kevin,
aye.
Mike,
aye.
Craig,
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
I vote yes, motion passes 5-0. Next up is the amendments to the fire protection ordinance.
You want me to run through this, Wayne, or do you want to lead this one?
I'll let you start, Jim. How's that? You're doing so well.
There you go. That's the way you take $1 and pass it down the line. Thank you. All right, this has to do with the fire protection ordinance. You saw this one last year. I don't believe within that from the recommendation last year, but it has to do with the fire protection ordinance, Article 4, NFPA Life Safety Code 101, and now we're adding NFPA Fire Code NFPA 1. Again, the first portion of that has to reference the newer Fire Code Edition 2018 edition. Second piece of this is Fire Protection Ordinance Article 8, new building construction, Section B, dealing with height of the structure and volume and areas. What it will now read is 35 or more feet in height, 100,000 cubic feet in volume, or 4,800 square feet in gross floor areas, structures sharing a common foundation, roof or walls totaling 4,800 square feet. Next section that was added in the same article is F. Any new or renovated residential buildings consisting of 1 or 2 family buildings or structures of 4,800 square feet or more in total gross floor area shall install an approved fire sprinkler system throughout. And then there are exceptions for 1 and 2 family buildings or structures. There's 3 sections to that. I don't know if we need to get into the particulars of that, but I think they're all referenced within certain NFPA codes. Section 2, for the purposes of this article, the gross floor area of a building or structure shall include the sum total of the combined floor areas for all floor levels, basements, sub-basements, and additions in aggregate, measured from the outside walls, irrespective of the existence of interior fire resistance walls, floors, and ceilings. And then there's under fire protection ordinance number 9, again referencing the square footage change, which was originally 10,000, now being dropped down to 4,800 square feet, and the additions of section 3, 4, and 5, which again discuss the conditions that were in the previous one, talking about reconstruction, rehab, alteration. Section 4, again, talking about the 4,800 square feet and alteration or improvement of the building or structure equals or exceeds 50% of the existing gross square footage of the building. Section 5, for the purposes of 3 and 4, the Raymond Fire Department may consider the installation of a partial fire sprinkler system with the following conditions. When the building is partly retrofitted, and when the property owner responsible party of the resident chooses a partially retrofit a building as noted in section. Section 6, again, references the gross square footage of the building or structure shall include the sum total of the combined floor areas, floor levels, and basically is just how we measure the 4,800 square feet.
Right.
So that's just a summary. Wayne, I don't know if you want to chime in on any specifics or not.
Just for Article 4, that's bringing our code references in line with what the State Fire Marshal's Office currently has adopted. So that brings us in line with them. And then you covered it real well as far as we're looking to change the square footage down to the 4,800 square feet. And that's because 4,800 square feet and greater requires significant fire flows and water that needs to be available on the scene. So one of the ways to deal with that is with a sprinkler system The board asked for some kind of exceptions to that. So we included some exceptions to the requirement for sprinkling. And then it's basically, it also applies to building additions, adding on to buildings, including residential dwellings, and that's the 4,800 square feet again.
So I still had a question. I think I had the same question the last time we talked about this. This also would apply, the way I read it, to a barn or a garage that exceeded those, because it doesn't say residential building in Article 8. Is that true?
In the fire protection ordinance itself, one of the things that we're not seeing is the language that excludes the type of buildings that you're concerned of. I'm trying to find that real quick for you. But it is excluded already in the fire protection ordinance. So we didn't think we needed to add it.
No, as long as it's in the overall ordinance.
Yes, it is. Basically, building for agricultural purposes, those types of things are excluded from the sprinkler requirement. Does that cover your question?
Well, I guess, somebody builds a large garage, or a workshop, or,
right.
Anything like that, that's a different use. Those are all excluded?
In the residential, yes.
Okay.
So I have a general question for the board. This is kind of outside of our, even though we've been through this a number of times, it's kind of outside the land use ordinance that we deal with planning board. So I'm leaning towards that we take action on this, send it to the Board of Selectmen, but send it without a recommendation from us one way or the other, just sending it, recommending it to the Board of Selectmen, as it seems to be more in lines of policy than it is with actual substance that the board deals with on a regular basis. Am I reading that correctly? How do you feel about that? Does it make a difference?
May I interject, Mr. Chair?
Oh, please.
I think traditionally, as I understand it from, I believe it was Chris Hansen that told me this when I first started, that the fire ordinances, while they strictly don't need to be approved by the planning board, the select board have preferred that they go through your eyes first, because there may be things in there that you have to take into account in the ordinances, more so you'll be familiar with them and you'll be able to see them before the changes go in.
So I completely agree with that. I'm just wondering whether or not the board wants to take a position of recommending approval or just recommending the ordinance to the Board of Selectmen for action.
Yeah, and if you decide not to, then I would need to know if you want to have it in the warrant with the planning board makes no recommendation, or that I don't put anything at all about the planning board in there and just that the select board approves. That's something you'd want to think about.
Okay. Does anybody have any?
Say that we have no objection to the regulation changes, and we're just referring it to the select board for action.
And I'm sorry again, I missed the beginning part of that. And
we could just say that we have no objection to the proposed revisions, and we're referring it to the select board for their review and approval.
Right.
I agree with that. That's a good way.
I'm going to vote no, so. Thought you'd let you know. Gotta be.
Mike, do you have any strong feelings one way or the other?
No, I'm in agreement. That sounds good.
Okay, so then I would move that we send the amendments of the fire protection ordinance articles 4, 8, and 9 to the Board of Selectmen without recommendation. Okay, Sue, does that cover it for you? Okay.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Second,
Second, Kevin,
I approve.
Mike,
aye.
Greg,
No,
and Ed.
Aye.
And I vote yes. The motion passes 4-1. And our last one is tiny homes.
Tiny homes, take us home. Okay, the final revision would be within the land use ordinance for definitions and within the shoreline zoning, section 17 definitions. The board asked staff to address how we define tiny homes. What was derived is the following: tiny home, a structure that does not exceed 400 square feet, excluding lofts, that has one or more habitable rooms designed, intended, or used for living quarters by one or more persons living together as a family, with living, sleeping, sanitary, and cooking facilities, including within the meaning of cooking facilities, a stove, hot plate, microwave oven, or other devices for heating or cooking food. The term shall include manufactured houses and rental units that contain cooking, sleeping, toilet facilities, regardless of the time period rented. Recreational fields are not to be used as a tiny home or dwelling unit. A tiny home must meet all minimum requirements of a dwelling unit. So with that, what that really means is it must, I believe, Alex, you can correct me, but it must meet all the various living codes, fire codes, and foundation requirements, correct?
Yes. Yep.
This is kind of a hybrid of what the state ordinance is. We just added some more protection as far as it must meet all requirements of a dwelling unit.
Any discussion?
So just curious, you see on TV shows a tiny home and they're often movable, but in our case, it's going to require a foundation.
Correct.
So
Yeah, basically.
yeah, okay.
Okay, I move that we approve and send to the Board of Selectmen recommending approval of the changes to the tiny home definitions for land use ordinance Article 12 and the shoreline zoning provision in Article 17 definitions. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? On the vote, Kevin,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Greg,
aye.
Ed,
Aye.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. And I assume, Sue, we didn't get anybody from the public we did not get anybody calling in or requesting.
That is correct. No
Okay.
one called in.
So I will close the public hearing as well on the land use ordinance changes. And we are to planner communications.
I'll let Alex chime in here as well. I know Alex has been out of the office, but I do know, in speaking with Dustin Roma tonight, he has, I believe, tried to deliver a pre-application, another pre-application for another kind of clustered, I guess I call it multifamily design off of, can't remember, Claire Drive, I think it comes off Patricia and off of 85. So I haven't seen the application yet, but that is something that would be coming before you for a pre-application next meeting.
How large? Did you say?
I think 26 units.
Oh,
So substantial.
Okay.
Alex, do you have anything else that you're aware of?
No, not really. A possible site plan amendment coming in the next couple of months for one of the marinas. That's the only other thing that's poking around.
And we did have a discussion, nothing more than that, for a potential solar farm. but that's a ways out.
Okay. Was that it?
I believe that's it.
So just a reminder for the board, as we go through this latest project with Dustin, that we know that there is going to be further development, but we can only act upon what is being presented to us. So we can't use what might come in the future when we make decisions or requests from the developer on what is being presented. But just as a point of
Yeah. Yeah, and it gets kind of, it gets a little bit confusing too, because if they follow the open space development scheme, in that case, the requirement does say that, you know, the board can request to look at both the conventional and the cluster development. Now, that doesn't mean that you can take them and go through all their property, but you do have some latitude within there to take a look at what that configuration would look like.
Right. Because we haven't done this in a long time. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and if you haven't, I just go back and just kind of refresh yourself within the ordinance. There's a whole section there for the open space development.
All right, we're down to adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a motion? Just so you know, Sue's going to kick you out as soon as you say yes.
I'm like that.
Move to
At
adjourn.
least it's not a long drive home tonight.
So it moves to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second,
All those in favor? Kevin,
aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
and I vote yes. We're adjourned. Bye, Sue.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I Am a Lion. This is the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, the appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
You're online.
Welcome to the 12/29/20 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to ask the members that are here to state their name. Why don't you start, Joanne?
Joanne Stinson.
Rick?
Rick Welch.
Mary?
I'm not a member of the board, but Mary Quirk, recording secretary.
You're a big part. And I'm Len Sorelli. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have an interview applicant for a board membership. We have a public hearing for Nicole Starlett, a conditional use variance, and an applicant, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing this right, Laura Sigri and Valami Lai on a lot size variance. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its decision. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Supreme Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. Now, we're on Zoom tonight, so we don't have a podium, so we'll just ask that every person speaking give their name, address, and affiliation with the applicant, for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall direct all remarks or questions to the chairman. The meeting is not over until the board is formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. Any questions, anyone? All right, let's get down to business. The first order of business is we have an application for David Murch, who would like to join the Board of Appeals. So David, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is David Murch. I am a Raymond resident for 20 years. Recently, I've been looking to invest into the community. I've been doing that through an election clerk volunteer opportunities. I had originally had interest in joining the zoning board back when Louise originally applied, and I heard that she was going to do it. So at that point, I didn't decide to pursue any further. But then when Louise stepped down, I decided it would be a good opportunity to once again think about being on the board and move forward with that application.
David, can you attend all meetings which are normally held on the last Tuesday of the month, and site walks what are normally held a week before the actual meeting?
Yeah, there's nothing in my normal schedule, either personal or work, that would interfere with either of those.
Now, you've been a clerk, a voting clerk, and you obviously know a lot of people in town. I hope that you realize that sometimes we have to make decisions that are unfavorable and upset people. Can you handle that?
Yeah, I know less people than you probably think, but yeah, no, I recognize that, you know, this board is you know, it's pseudo judicial, so it's, you know, it's important to, you know, review the ordinances and ensure that you're following what they state or a proper interpretation of them. So yeah, I recognize that doesn't always win popularity contests.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions for David?
Just a quick one, Len, if I may. David, thank you very much for stepping up to the plate here. And I can honestly say I've done some volunteer work with David, and I speak very highly of him. He's a quick learner. He's very interested. He gets engaged, and it seems like he makes sure to, like he said, study and understand kind of processes. And I truly believe that he will do the same thing on the Board of Appeals. And David, I saw what you wrote regarding the responsibility of the board. And can you, in your own words, just a brief, you know, how do you see the workings of the board? How do you see your role?
My role, I guess,
do you want me to bring the phone number at that point? Or
a little bit of feedback here.
Yeah, because
Not feedback.
people want to start in on that.
Okay.
So I would certainly view my role as ensuring that you clearly hear what I am thinking in terms of what is being presented, not only through the ordinances, but you know, if a petitioner is there to present something, you know, making sure to ask the right questions, because it's important. You're trying to look at ordinances. You're trying to ensure that the petitioner has you know, has made a request and that they've provided all the right information. So just ensuring that, you know, we're coming to the correct decision, at least as a board. And then my responsibility in that is to let you know where I'm coming from, and recognizing that we may not all come to the same conclusion, but at least it's important for you to hear my perspective, where I'm coming from and how I view the ordinances and what I'm hearing from other people, you know, my interpretation of that, so that we all as a board can come to, you know, a decision that, even again, if we're not unanimous in it, at least it's one that we've all, you know, taken a vote in and had a chance to have a say in. I hope that answers the question.
It does. Thank you very much. Good, Len.
Rick, do you have any questions?
No, not at this time.
Thank you very much, David, for coming down, and your application does look really good. So I would like to make a motion to allow David to go take the next step, which would be to go before the Board of Selectmen to get formal approval to join the board.
Second that.
Then it passes. And I'm sure Mary can fill you in on the next steps.
All right.
It'll be good to have you.
Yeah, I'll pass you on to the capable hands of Sue Look.
Okay.
Take it from there and get you on board.
All right. Appreciate it, everyone. I thank you.
Thank you, David.
I'm gonna stick around and listen in on this. So
you're more than welcome.
All right, thank you.
Okay. The next piece of business that we have to discuss is a conditional use variance for Nicole Starrett, 402 Webb Mills Road. Nicole, why don't you go ahead and speak?
Okay. Thank you. As you said, my name is Nicole Starrett. For those of you that don't know me, my husband Ben and I have lived at 402 Webbs Mills Road for the last 5 years or so. And my husband owns his own business. It's a landscaping and excavation and snow removal business. We do quite a bit of work around the town. You may have seen his trucks, maybe not. So we are applying for this conditional use permit to be allowed to continue operating as a contractor from our property, which involves vehicle storage and a few coverets up, down, back, and equipment, just a little bit different than what a typical homeowner would have. This process was brought to our attention this year by Alex. We had an issue with the neighbor who has since moved, and talking to our other neighbors, we don't have any other issues that we're aware of with anyone else. So I don't know how much information you'd like me to provide, but we're just a small business trying to put food on our table for our family and be allowed to continue doing what we're doing.
Can you tell us a little bit about how it's laid out, like your house, and then you have
Sure.
a lot in the background where you keep your equipment?
Yes, yeah. So we have a really weird shaped lot. Our house sits up by the main road on a very small triangular piece. That's our lawn, and then it opens up into a big field area down back, and this kind of a large rectangular area. It used to be a Christmas tree farm, as far as I'm aware, back, I don't know, 60s, 70s, 80s maybe. I'm not exactly sure when. And when we bought the property, there were still Christmas trees down there that were about 60 to 70 feet tall. We've since cleared those diseased trees and leveled the area. So in that rectangular area down back, we have probably a quarter of it is cleared completely, and we have trucks and excavators, loaders, equipment down there, along with 3 coverets. I believe there was a sketch included with my application. And then the other areas, there's a small pond and some rough area and another small parking area.
I want to go over my concerns here.
Sure.
Joanne, do you have any questions while I'm thinking?
Sure, absolutely. And I can just quickly say we did conduct a site walk on the 19th at 9 a.m. And Len and I were there, and we had a few neighbors came out, and it was great. The Starretts walked us around. It was good to see the layout of the property. As Nicole mentioned, it's a little different. So we walked by the house, and everything was down in the far back, where we did see some green storage units. We saw construction vehicles, and I think that was pretty much it. You know, a few comments just were made that eventually they may consider adding or requesting to add more storage units or possibly a permanent building, but that's, you know, obviously something that have to go through the proper permitting to do any of those. So as far as questions, Nicole, how many employees? Is it just the 2 of you?
No, my husband has 3 full-time employees that report to work here every day.
3 full-time plus him?
Yes, plus him, and his father works for him part-time occasionally.
Okay. Is that both of you are in the business? So what I say, that's 5
Yeah,
full-time?
I'm an unpaid employee. I do the office work, but I also have a full-time job at Dielectric.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll say 4 then, to be fair. And can you just tell me again how many construction vehicles and what they are?
Sure. Let's see. I just have to run through them in my brain. Hang on just a second. So we have 2 large dump trucks and 1 kind of medium dump truck. It's like a 7-yard dump truck. It's smaller, like what would be used for plowing roads. We also have a total of 3 pickup trucks, 2 excavators, a Komatsu loader, and 2 tractors. I think I got everything. Oh, we have a skid steer also. There's a lot of it down there, and it's not always on site, so I forget what's down there sometimes.
Okay. What is it that you store there in the green storage unit?
2 of the green storage units are used primarily for business storage. We have the tractors in one of them and other attachments for the pieces of equipment. The 3rd is used to store our personal camper and boat.
Okay. And do customers come to your home for this business, or is this all just you going out to customers?
We very rarely will have a customer here. Normally it's on site at the customer's residence or wherever the project is located.
And then just a brief, do you guys operate how many days a week?
Typically just Monday through Friday. Occasionally for snow plowing and such, it'll be on the weekends.
And that's obviously snow plowing at a customer's site.
Right, right.
And then what are the comings and goings at your business on a day-to-day, a normal day?
On a normal day, our crew will typically arrive around 7 a.m. Monday through Friday. They get set up and get their instructions for the day. Then they typically leave, go to whatever site they're working on, and then return at the end of the day, which could be anywhere from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., depending on what the project that they're working on is. And then for plowing, it's whenever it's snowing, they show up, they grab their trucks, they go. So they're not on site here a lot.
That's it, Len, for me. Thank you.
Thank you. How about you, Rick? Any questions?
The only questions that I had were going to be, I assume there's going to be no crushing, no screening, nothing like that would be involved in a pit location.
Oh no, not on this site. Absolutely not.
Okay. That was my biggest concern.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we do have equipment, but we try to keep the noise level to a minimum as we can.
Right.
I understand, neighbors are close and we want to respect everyone as much as we can.
Nicole, during the site visit, it was mentioned that perhaps in the future you'll run electricity down there.
Yes.
So at that point, you could start the trucks down there instead of
yes
right next to
we do have the plow truck that my husband uses primarily. We do leave next to the house and have it plugged in. And when we get power down there, that will be contained to the back lot and won't be up by the house anymore.
Okay. Nicole, the Board of Appeals has the power to approve or deny all conditional uses and variances. I'd like to read to you from the minimum standards clause. It says the applicant shall have the burden of proving that his or her application is in compliance with the requirements of this ordinance. And then it goes on to list 10 things that you have to comply to about the ordinance, regarding the ordinance. Now, we could go through all 10 and kind of vote on them. But I think the first one alone is going to be an issue, and I'll read that to you. The conditional use will not depart from the general purpose and intent of the ordinance, nor from the town's comprehensive plan. I don't think you can get around that at this point. What do you think?
Can you expand? I'm not really fluent on these ordinances. I don't know.
Okay, well, let me
what does that mean?
Will not generate noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or glare which are detectable at the lot boundaries, and all aspects of the conditional use will be carried on within the structure.
Okay. Like I said, I mean, you're right. It is difficult to.
It's difficult to get around the way the ordinance is written.
Correct. Like I said, I mean, we do our best to respect our neighbors and everybody around us, but I understand that the nature of our work isn't always quiet.
I have a statement that I'd like to read to you guys. The Zoning Board of Appeals members have the difficult task of interpreting the town ordinances. The board must, at the same time, look at the big picture while staying within the ordinance guidelines to do what is best for the citizens of Raymond and our town. The Starretts have been maintaining their landscape and snow blowing business for over 5 years with no issues. In this case, it is my opinion, it's clear that this procedure is outside the conditional use ordinance. Therefore, it is my duty as chairman and all board members to look at the factors pertaining to the conditional use ordinance. At this time, where there is a pandemic, many people are forced to work from home or even be out of work. We're all experiencing rules and regulations that we don't like, but we go along with it because it's the right thing to do to protect our town and citizens. I'd like to make a motion that the conditional use appeal for the Starretts be tabled for at least 2 months. At that time, it is my hope that the Starretts could work with their neighbor and the town to perhaps find a resolution to this issue. Maybe, for example, running the electricity down in the back and things of that nature. I'm sure there's ways, perhaps you could speak to that neighbor one-on-one. I'm sure there are ways this could be worked out. So that's my motion. Can I get a second?
Could we hold the motion, Len? I just a comment to that, and we can do it now, a board discussion. Before we do that, I'm just wondering if there's anyone who's opposed to this, anyone to speak in favor. Just like to hear how the residents feel about the current situation, if there's anyone to speak on that.
That's a good point.
I have 4 calls waiting. I don't know if they're calling on this application or the next one. I can screen them now and find out.
Okay.
While she's doing that, could I say one additional thing? I know that we had a particular neighbor that had an issue with our operations, but that neighbor has since moved. They live on the other side of town, as far as I know. And the people that have moved in there don't have an issue and have told us as such. They don't have an issue with our operations here.
Caller?
My name's Tom Hennessy. I live in Raymond,
Yes.
down the road.
Mr. Hennessy, are you calling about the Starrett application?
I wasn't originally, but I know of their operation at the Starrett.
Do you want to comment?
I guess my comment is it's been there for 5 years and only one neighbor has offered an opinion and has now moved. I think they should be allowed to continue their operation but not expand it, possibly.
The board have anything to add to this? Any questions for the caller?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Len.
I have no questions.
I wanted just to clarify, do you live nearby the Starretts, or?
I do not live nearby, but I go by it, and it's right across from the town office.
Okay.
Shall I invite the next caller?
Go ahead. Caller, are you calling about
I'm
the
calling,
schedule?
I'm calling about the second agenda item.
Okay, I will put you on hold for now.
Thank you.
Caller, about which application are you calling?
The current issue.
All right. Please proceed. Caller, about which application are you calling?
Yeah, I think there's I'm watching it on my computer, so I think there's a delay, so I'm just going to mute that. Hang on one second. There's a delay, so I'm just going to mute that. 1 second. So yeah, I think I'm live now. Yeah, so my family just moved into the abutting property where I believe the complainant previously lived. And we were at the site walk and everything, and I just wanted to speak that, you know, we moved here assuming that business was in place legitimately already, and, you know, knowing that, we still purchased the property, and that we appreciate the fact that they do try to operate the equipment during business hours, and we haven't found that to be disruption at all for us. And that we don't have any objections to what they're doing at this point, for what that's worth.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any questions? Anybody for him?
Thank you. No.
All right, I have one more caller. Caller? Hello?
Yes, yeah, I was referring to the next item with the church conversion.
All right, then we will proceed. We'll bring you
Okay.
back in later.
Okay, thanks.
And Mary, you did send out a letter from a Mr. John, I hope I pronounced his last name right.
Yes.
John Levitre, maybe? Levitre. And he is opposed.
Yes, he is.
To the,
And he would like his letter read into the record.
okay, it's fairly long, but I will read it. I hope I have the whole thing. I, John Levitre, and my spouse Louise live at 370 Webb Mills Road, Raymond, Maine, for the last 16 plus years, and are sole owners of both lots 21 and 21A. The reason for the purchase of this property was our desire to live in rural Maine and be owners of a property that would allow us the life we sought. We have enjoyed the solitude our 33 acres allows us. The property has given us natural beauty, peace, and a home we feel would meet the needs and wants of our family. It has met our needs splendidly. Postmarked December 9th, the town of Raymond Zoning Board of Appeals sent notice of a walk as follows, that we would walk the property. Having read the Starrett request for zoning variance and spoken to Mary Quirk and the Zoning Board of Appeals regarding current property zoning and the appeals process, our family has decided not to support the Starrett appeal. Our reasons include, but are not limited to, current zoning for the Starrett property does not allow for this type of use currently being engaged in the site. Heavy equipment noise, decrease in property value, destruction of habitat, and the rural residential appeal. The Starrett's request states that they were unaware of any concerns regarding the use of their property strains credibility on their claim of lack of concern regarding the property. Property development seems to be on the quick uptick given all the heavy truck activity and Jake brake use on Route 85, Webb Mills Road. Going forward, the allure of Raymond can be devastated by a governmental zoning creep that will be hard to reverse when trying to decide the next time someone wants to add industrial commercial use to a property zone residential. Heavy equipment storage and multiple vehicles in zoning RR. While I am sensitive to the Starrett situation, there was no question regarding the zoning of lot 0207/000 as zone RR at the time of purchase or now. I have never been approached to the current application relative to my feelings or abutters' feelings regarding their intended use of the property. I must therefore conclude that they, the Starletts, feel justifies as owners to proceed. Again, the property is zoned RR. The question remains, why do the Starletts feel they are proper in this request other than the appeal is available for conflict resolutions? Sadly, because of my current health status, I was unable to attend the site walk. My apologies, unavoidable. However, it is critical to my objection to this appeal. I do have a representative who would do a site walk and advocate for us if necessary. Hopefully, the Starretts will find a solution to their problems that will address not only their wants and desires, but consider the relationship to the town of Raymond and their neighbors. Any questions or comments on the letter?
No, I wish he'd called in because I have a lot of questions. Because it sounds like they have lived there for a long time, so they'd be really good to talk to. And it sounds like things have gone well. So I'm a little confused if these are concerns that may arise, but none of these concerns have arisen in the last 5 years that they've been in operation. I feel badly that there's not more clarification to that.
I do too. And I'm not even 100% sure if these people are actual abutters.
They did receive an abutter notice.
They did, okay. Well, that clears that up.
Mike, can I ask a couple more questions?
Sure, go right ahead.
Your point is very appropriate regarding under conditional uses, that it will not generate noise, vibration, fumes, odors, dust, or glare, which are detectable at the lot boundaries. And I'm not sure, I'm not convinced that's happening. However, when it says in all aspects of the conditional use will be carried on within the structure, if I read that literally, I mean, it's all outdoor, but it's literally getting in vehicles and driving away. Just a comment, that's just my comment on that. And just, I also wanted to bring up just something we can think about, is that under Article 4 district regulations, when you look at the rural residential district, RR, it says the intent is the town of Raymond recognizes that certain areas of the town will experience residential growth due to rapid population growth in the region. It's the intent of this ordinance to allow these uses while maintaining the basic rural orientation of the community. So, but also keeping in mind what you had read. And under permitted uses, it's various things that this doesn't fall under, but conditional uses that can be considered, one of them are contractors. And that's not having more than 5 vehicles and pieces of equipment that are not screened from view. So that is something we'd have to think about right there, which it sounds like there's more than that. So they would have to be screened if we were to consider that. From surrounding properties in the street. When a piece of equipment is located on a trailer or a truck, the combination is considered one. So I'm just noting that it is something we can consider. But I think the only thing I'm bothered by is if the use is carried on within the structure. And the business, the actual conducting of the business is occurring at their customers' homes, not at the residence.
I struggled with that too. And my interpretation was that when they refer to the structure, I thought they were referring to running that business out of the structure of their home. That's just my thought.
Can I comment on the screened from view wording? When we cleared our lot down back, we left a natural buffer around the perimeter of that rectangular section that was supposed to serve as the natural screen of that area. It doesn't define, or at least I couldn't find anywhere in the town ordinance where it defined what that screen needed to be and whether or not it needed to be screened 365 days a year. During the summer, there's a very big difference looking at the lot. In the summer, you can't see anything down there. Whereas in the winter, now with all the leaves gone, you can see some of the equipment from the road. So I wanted to mention that.
Thank you. If you notice too on the letter that I just read, the bottom paragraph, I just misplaced it, but he says something about, oh, here it is, wait a minute. That you would find a solution to the problem that will address not only their wants and desires, but consider their relationship to the town of Raymond and their neighbors. So I think he's opening the door there for perhaps you two to talk about this together. So you can think about that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. I've never met them personally, and I didn't know that they had an issue with our property until right now. So I would be happy to discuss anything with them.
Joanne?
Yeah, Wayne, can I ask Alex a question at this point?
Yes. Go ahead.
Alex, I'm wondering if we were to consider what Len has mentioned about tabling this for a while because people are working from home or whatnot. However, don't they need some sort of permit to continue running this business? I mean, can we leave it undone like that, or?
Yeah, so that's a good question. This is kind of a 3-step process. You guys are the first stop for them. It is the contractor conditional use is allowed in this zone if the ZBA approves it. So you're step 1. If you guys approve the conditional use, then they need to actually go through site plan. And that could either be with the town planner and myself or with the planning board. And there's pretty specific and pretty intense criteria that they need to meet. Stormwater, buffering, parking, all sorts of things that would be, discussed and figured out at that stage in the process. And then once they get that, they would actually need to get a building permit for any of the structures. So, we're at step 1. This did come about from a citizen complaint in September, I believe, that actually came in, and a notice of violation was issued to the Starretts for the operation, for the use that's taking place. So they are currently in violation. So that notice was given with a 30-day time period that they had to bring their property into compliance. And so what that meant is they could either remove all the structures and stop using the lot as the contractor use, or they could start the process to legalize it after the fact. So obviously that's the option that they've gone with, because they do want to continue to do the business and stay in Raymond. So by submitting the after the fact application to you guys, they effectively are stopping the clock. If this were to go to court, fines are typically assessed from the date of the first notice of violation, and that can accumulate over a period of time. What usually would happen is, if there are time periods where they're doing their due diligence and making sure that they're following through the process like they are right now, then we kind of stop the clock. So I don't know, I think the idea of tabling and waiting a couple of months, the violation would continue to stay open. But really, there's no path forward for them that doesn't involve a consent agreement with the select board or possible legal action that doesn't involve you guys approving the conditional use. You're kind of the first gate for them.
Joanne?
Alex, if we found that this could pass our step and it went on, but they couldn't meet the intense screening they have to go through with the planning board or the selectmen, what happens to the conditional use that we've okayed for this property?
Well, you've approved it, and that approval could have a time period on it. You could say, for example, you could condition the approval on them obtaining site plan approval within a year, which is what I would suggest. That gives them a time period that they need to go through the process, and it's going to require some minor engineering, probably for the stormwater, for the large driveway that comes down in there and the cleared area. So you could ask, or you could condition the approval if you approved it on that, and you could add in some other stuff if you want to, that you really have the opportunity to do that. And the other thing, the point that you guys are kind of stuck on, where it needs to take place within the structure. I mean, you could possibly try and add a condition on there that the lots to be used just for storage of these structures, and maybe they all need to be, or vehicles, maybe they all need to be stored within a structure, whether it's a temporary carport or a permanent garage. Maybe that's something that can be discussed as well, so that they are truly screened, because if they're stored within something, then they're definitely considered screened from abutters and from the lot lines.
Any more questions, Joanne?
I think that's, I guess just supposedly, well, it says in the ordinance that conditional use is passed with the land. Are we able to override that so that we could say once this family had ceased conducting the business? I know there's a certain period of time that conditional use, I think after 2 years of not utilizing that, it would delete itself. But can we put any such thing in there that if they stop operation of the business, the conditional use will now be void?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you could probably add a condition on here that if they were to cease business for 2 years, that that conditional use approval expires. Whether or not you can do that, I'm not exactly sure, but it's something we could always verify with legal before we move forward, if that's something you guys wanted to consider.
And just to explain, Len and Rick, my thinking on that is, I get the impression, and this is my personal feeling from listening to all this and all the neighbors that came through the site walk, it doesn't sound like this is a disruptive business. Business is conducted at the customer's sites. They're there loading up their trucks, getting ready to go, and they go and they do their business. I'm not, again, I know we got the letter from Mr. Levitri and his wife, but there's a lot of questions open to that. It still isn't convincing me that there's currently, the way the business is being run is troublesome to them. It's what might happen, it sounds like. So with the proper conditions, and that it's an allowable conditional use, if certain criteria are followed that we could set, just my thinking was, they run this business, but I don't feel like that property should forever now be commercialized. That was my thought on that. So,
well, we could approve it with conditions, time limits, etc. You want to make a motion?
I can,
Because you
Mr.
can word
Chairman,
it better than I can.
if, Mr. Chairman, have we closed public comment?
I'm sorry, Mary, I didn't get that.
Have we closed public comment?
You have no more.
I
authorized-
have 3 callers sitting here. I think I know which one was commenting on this particular.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Yeah, we should.
But I think he'd already commented, but I didn't know if you wanted to hear additional comments or you wanted to close public comment.
Let's hear it.
Let's see. Caller, did you want to make further comment?
Yes, this is the original first caller, Tom Hennessy.
Proceed.
Okay. After hearing all the discussion, it sounds like if they were to put up some sort of screening to pacify the abutting neighbor, if he is an abutter, that that seems to be the crux of the problem. If they planted Christmas trees or something else that would screen their trucks from the other property, would that be a solution?
I don't know. I don't know. You know, if you think about where their home is, you know, right on 85 there, across from the town hall and the little fire station and all that. I mean, trucks go by there constantly. You're pulling into the town office. You're going down the Egypt Road. So, you know, I just don't see where the Star It's One truck is such an issue at this time.
And this is the phone caller. I agree with that. On top of that, the town office has traffic, but also the town maintenance facility has all sorts of trucks and ambulances,
right,
and fire trucks coming in and out of that place.
Which is basically directly across the street, pretty much.
Caller, have you further comment?
No, I can wait because I'd like to speak about the church thing coming up.
All righty. Let me check with the other callers. Thank you.
Hi, I don't have any comment. I'm waiting for the other agenda item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could that be the president lady?
Caller, did you have any comments on this appeal?
No, I'm waiting for the church transition.
All right, Mr. Chairman, that appears to be all the public comment.
Yes. Close.
Len, a question?
Go ahead.
Would you like to pull back your motion, or is that still on the table?
I'd like to.
Well, we can vote on it if you'd like.
I guess we could pull it back and add some conditions to it, and then vote on it. You know,
I'm happy to make another motion if yours is off the table at this point.
All right, I'll take mine off the table. You go ahead.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to accept the appeal by the Sterretts for a conditional use permit for a contractor business in the rural residential zone due to Article 4 district regulations allowing conditional uses of a contractor. With that, it would be under the conditions that they follow through and are approved through the site plan process. All of the processes that Alex had spelled out through the town. That, as it states, that not more than 5 vehicles and pieces of equipment are not screened from neighboring properties. And if this is possible, that if the Sterretts business ceases operation for 1 full continuous year, that the conditional use would be voided.
I would second that.
And is there any I don't know if there's any comment, Rick, on that?
No, I totally agree with what you just said. I really think they ought to be allowed to continue what they're doing there. They're not causing an issue.
No.
They're not working there on site. I totally agree with that.
I think, Len, you need to put it to a vote.
Let's vote on Joanne's motion to approve the conditional use variance with certain stipulations. Those in favor, raise their hand. There's no one here to be against it, so the motion passes. Okay?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next order of business, which is Laura Segree and Valami Lai. They're looking for a lot size variance for 584 Webb Mills Road, which is the old church, as we know. And let me get my paperwork on that. And they're looking for a lot size variance. And it'll be a substantial variance. Is anyone who's here that's going to speak to this applicant, to this application? Is it you, Tom?
Yes, hi, good evening.
Hi.
Tom Farmer, I'm a landscape architect in Yarmouth. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. And tonight I do have Laura Segree is with me tonight. Her sister Val is working, so she wasn't able to join. Laura and Val, like I said, are sisters. They purchased this property together with the understanding that it could have a duplex. The previous owner is a realtor, and he did gain approval for a duplex unit. And we noticed, they noticed also on the tax card that it shows it as a 2-unit parcel. But then, they were talking to me, and we were looking at it, and it appeared that approval had lapsed. So that's our main reason we're back here tonight. That was 2 years ago that the previous owner, Justin Hayward, received that approval. It was a little over 2 years. So that lapsed. It was a 2-year time frame. So we're back. We're requesting approval for 2 units on this parcel. And within your packets, there's a site plan that shows it's kind of a conceptual plan at this point because they don't have your blessing yet, but They're looking at two kind of identical units with parking in the middle, shared parking lot in the middle. The leach field was previously approved as one long chamber across the back because the previous owner was going to keep the existing structure and renovate it, remodel it into 2 units. But they've talked to some structural engineers and they just don't feel like it's worth keeping that existing structure. So they want to take that down. That existing structure, by the way, is about 4,700 square feet, and they're proposing 2 units at about 908 square feet each. So the footprint alone is being reduced by about 60%, over half of what currently exists. Do you guys have the site plan?
I do.
That shows, it shows that it's behind me here, that
Right.
shows 2 units. Okay, good. So they're pretty small units. Like I said, about 908 square feet. That includes the front porch, the open porch on the front. We wouldn't be going any closer to Webb's Mills Road, nor would we be going any further toward the sidelines. We'd be reducing the footprint in the rear from currently it's about 15 feet to the existing structure. We'd be going to about 31 feet, and we'd be leaving about 37 feet open in the middle. So it's going to be a lot less intrusive, I guess. Certainly not more unconforming. It's more conforming, if anything. But it is a smaller lot. The lot size is only 8,712 square feet. And in this zone, it's a 2-acre zone, but the zone does allow for duplex units if you had the 2 acres. I think that's really about it. We did receive some of his other permits had lapsed also, like the entrance permit onto the main Department of Transportation road. So we did receive a new permit from the DOT for the entrance. We would have to resubmit the septic design, but this septic design is actually more conforming. It's basically taking the one long chamber that went across the entire back and still has the same setbacks from the property lines and the building, 15 feet from the building and 5 feet from the side setbacks. But it actually increases the distance to their well, to their proposed well on their site, which is down in the north corner of the lot. Previously it was, I want to say it was like 60 feet to the well, and now it's 90. Find it. Yeah, 90 feet to the owner's well, and about the septic tank would be 80 feet to the owner's well instead of 50. So it's overall, we think it's more conforming and more compliant than what was previously approved, and also it's going to be brand new construction. So we think it's going to be an investment in the neighborhood and really help the aesthetics of the neighborhood. I know that church has been abandoned for many years. It's getting to the point where it's almost falling in now. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Is there
questions?
I have a question really for Alex. Alex, is this a duplex or is it 2 units? Everything I read says they have to be attached to be called a duplex, and these are not.
Yeah. So, and I had a couple of things I wanted to kind of bring up right off here with this one. you have a great point. So one of the issues, so there's really a few different issues with this one. The first thing is they have a non-conforming structure and a non-conforming use, and they're changing the use of the non-conforming structure. Our ordinance requires the ZBA to approve of any use change for a non-conforming structure within the shoreline zone. So that's kind of the first issue. To change the use, they need you guys to approve of it, regardless of what the use is. I think we're good there. The next thing is the first approval was for a duplex. And what they're proposing here is 2 single-family dwellings, not a duplex. So one of the issues that we're now dealing with is the land use ordinance actually doesn't allow for 2 principal structures. So that's something that's going to need to be changed. There's some ways around it, but I don't see any of those ways working in this particular situation. Kind of the most common one is the principal structure and one is an accessory apartment. But that accessory apartment has a bunch of requirements that you have to meet as well. Honestly, in this situation, it would be easier to just attach these 2 structures together somehow and call it a duplex again. The next issue is lot size. Technically, they're requesting a variance to lot size, which I don't believe was done the last time around and should have been. Technically, the ordinance requires twice the dimensional requirements per dwelling unit, and a duplex is 2 dwelling units. So you really do need twice the road frontage, twice the lot area. So they actually need a variance for road frontage as well, because there isn't enough road frontage. I don't know. I think this is maybe a corner lot. I'm not sure exactly how much they got, but that would be something we need to look at as well. And then the last thing is an oversight on my part. I'll take full ownership of it. In the shoreland zone, any variance appeal should be reviewed by DEP. Needs to be sent to DEP 20 days before the appeal hearing. And we didn't get that to DEP. So they should, and it's just barely within the state shoreland zone of 250. But I believe it is slightly within, so they would have to at least have the opportunity to comment on it. So I think we're in a situation, before you guys go too much further, where we're probably going to be having to table this until we at least get a comment back from DEP. But there may need to be some adjustments to the plan as well.
Is there anyone else? Oh, go ahead, Joanne.
Yeah, Al, I just want to make sure where we're at too in this. Okay, so back when Justin Hayward came before us, we approved a conditional use change to now a conforming use, which is residential, correct? Right. He wanted to do a duplex and thought he could if it stayed within the footprint of that current building. That was my understanding, but we granted there were no variances or anything done. So that's where I was confused about what has actually lapsed. The change to a conforming use did not lapse. That's still good.
The variance granted actually did expire. It required that a building permit be issued within a certain amount of time.
Okay.
That didn't happen. So, and I don't know exactly what it was. I can find it here and dig it out, but it was pretty clear. It did require, it had a certain time period to it.
Okay, so that made our change from a non-conforming use, a commercial use, to a residential use, that's now void. We're back. Okay, and then I'm just, so we would have to deal with that if it comes back before us again. But then also if this structure, the existing structure is torn down and they start over, then do we have to look at setbacks and everything? How does that work?
So it's a non-conforming structure and a non-conforming lot. So if they were to just tear this thing down and try and come in for a building permit, it still does require ZBA approval because they're changing changing the use of a non-conforming structure. And they need to keep that non-conforming status because otherwise they have to meet the setbacks of today.
Okay.
They don't want to have to do because they're going to end up with practically no building envelope. So they need to hold on to that non-conforming status.
Okay, and I just, maybe a comment. Len, you're absolutely, that was my first question too. These are 2 single-family units, which I don't believe are allowable.
That was my interpretation also.
Yeah, and then just, maybe for the applicants when they come, just a reminder, because something I haven't heard at all yet. If you're coming to request an actual variance, we need to have, and you wrote out some answers to the criteria that must be met to prove hardship. They're very strict criteria. So I encourage you, if you come before us again asking for a variance, to put a little more time to try to answer those questions. Anyways, to show that there is hardship that you have not created to try to do whatever it is you're going to do going forward.
And also, if I can add, one thing you might want to consider, Tom, it might be too difficult to do 2 dwelling units or a duplex. You could do a single family that has 1 common kitchen and then kind of 2, I guess, sleeping areas that are on their own and still have it all under 1 roof and call it a single family. So you could possibly get creative with it so that it doesn't need the variance portion of this and just needs the change of use.
Right.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this? Is there anyone that is opposed that would like to speak?
Mr. Chair, are we opening it to public comment?
Go ahead.
Okay, let me start with our. Mr. Hennessy, did you wish to comment?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I was at the site plan walkthrough the other day and made a handful of comments, and I was asked to repeat those and tonight. So some of the comments that Alex made was the same observations I made. What I find astounding is that we're even considering putting 2 residential units or even 1 on a 1/5 of an acre in the shoreland zone, and not the claimed half plus or minus acre that's on the surface or the subsurface wastewater disposal application. So that's my first comment, and let maybe Alex answer that one.
Can you answer that, Alex?
And the question was on building a single family home on that small of a lot, right?
Caller?
That's my question, because it is within the shoreland zoning, and I pointed that out to the other Tom, the planner, that it's all within 250 feet of the shoreland, and it's not a half acre, it's 1/5 of an acre, not 2 acres as I understand the ordinance requires.
So basically, if the ZBA approves of the change of use, this existing structure now becomes a single family dwelling for use. So it's now a non-conforming structure, non-conforming single family. So it could be demolished and rebuilt as long as it's not made any more non-conforming than it currently is. So if they went through that process, demolished the church and built a new single family that is smaller and more conforming as far as setbacks and lot coverage go, then they should be fine. But there's obviously other things that need to be met along the way, you know, wastewater and the utilities and stuff like that.
Okay, so if it's less impervious surface. I know that rule is part of a rule. And it's a brand new septic system that never existed on the lot. And you're adding driveway and parking area for at least 4 cars. It seems like there probably aren't many lots in the town of Raymond that pass that current existing things.
Can I make a comment to the caller, Mr. Hennessy?
Yes, Joanne, please.
Mr. Hennessy, I don't know if it helps or not, but just to clarify, as Alex stated in the beginning, that there are a lot of issues with the current application, so they need to go back and start over, and then we'll start over. And I just want to assure you we will do our best to look at a lot of questions you're asking are about the ordinances, but right now we don't know what they're going to propose to know whether these violate the ordinances or not, and that's what we will look at for whatever the future proposal is. So I'm not sure if that helps you or not, because this proposal, we'll vote on if we're going to table this or not. But I think we pretty much agreed that this current proposal is not doable in this state.
Okay, I agree with all that. The one thing that I pointed out is that during the summer, that's a parking area for both all the boat traffic and trailers and the public beach. And now the proposal is to add another driveway and prevent additional, cut back on the parking that exists today. Right.
Any other comments? Any other callers, Mary?
Yes, we have 2 more callers, and Mr. Merchant expressed an interest in commenting on this.
Okay. Are you done, Mr. Hennessy?
Yeah, I believe there's plenty of problems here, so I'll let you people continue.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller,
Hi.
Please identify yourself.
Hi, Abby Spicer. I own the cottage behind the church at 22 Cottage Lane. I think given all the concerns that you mentioned, that I'll hold my comment to see what comes back before the board at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Still another caller, Mary?
Yes.
Okay.
Caller is not responding. David?
Yeah, thank you, Mary. So Alex and the board members have addressed all the issues that I had, so I have no comments.
All right, thank you. Let me try for the other caller. No further comment? Caller?
Yes.
Hello, do you have comment on this issue?
Yes, I do. My name is Greg Gagne. I have one of the cottages behind the church. And my question is, no matter what is accepted to be put on that lot, my name is Greg Gagne. I have one of the cottages behind the church. And my question is, no matter what is accepted to be put on that lot, will the fence be a see-through fence, or will be a solid fence that will take away the view that some of us enjoy? Will the fence be a see-through food fence, or will be a smaller fence that will take away the view that some of us enjoy?
Joanne?
Yeah, when, Mr. Gagny, I think you said, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You know, if that's something for us that's within our purview to address, whenever we, again, see what the next proposal will be, we'll talk about it, and you're welcome to comment on it at that point. Yeah, again, we don't have a formal proposal before us now at this time. But
Okay.
keep that question out there, and we'll see if that falls within something we can continue to look at.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I.
Thank you. Is that the end of the comments, Mary?
That is all.
Okay, let's close the public comments, please. Tom, does Laura want to speak on the issue?
Just say your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Laura Segree from Freeport, Maine. We are looking forward to build a newer structure to the property. Our goal is to, make the surrounding better looking than what it is right now. And our desire is to have the structures like we submitted it, but just so that it's for privacy and for enjoyment. We feel that the look of it is better in the surrounding, and I think the use of it is also better, and that's what we're proposing. We understand that this lot is a grandfathered non-conform, but so we're trying to see what we could do with the lot that's there, but we want to make it better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? No. I guess it's time that we take a vote on this. I have to agree with Alex, and I think I would like to make a motion that this lot size variance request is tabled until the other boards involved in the town and the state get a chance to go through this, and then the Board of Appeals will come back and vote again. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay, the motion is tabled.
I think just vote on it quick, Len, before you.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor, raise their hand, please. Motion passes. And that'll conclude that business. And what we have left here, Code Enforcement Officer Communications.
Sure. And just, I guess, one final little piece on that last one. Tom, if you can get a revised plan put together pretty quick, I think we could probably get it over to DEP.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you just did a single family, it might not be something that requires their review, but depending on what you guys decide, I mean, maybe we could chat tomorrow or something and figure out how we can kind of keep this on schedule for next month.
Okay, can I ask a couple of questions, or can we do that tomorrow?
Well, certainly, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that you as a zoning board are not allowed to approve two separate small structures as 2 units on the lot. It has to be one structure.
That's my understanding.
Same here.
And then as far as I think this is probably a DEP regulation, which I can look into, but no more impervious surface than what currently exists on the lot.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we do have a backup plan that shows a duplex unit It's basically the same size. These two buildings pushed together with the roof line is different. We just thought that this was better for the neighborhood to have two smaller structures that match the homeowners association behind us. But we can come back with a revised plan and talk more about it then.
Yeah, Tom, if you go on the code enforcement page of the website, you can actually schedule a time tomorrow that we could have a phone conversation if you want.
Great, thank you, Alex.
All right.
Does anyone have any questions at all? Then I make a motion that the meeting is adjourned.
Are there any code enforcement officer communications?
Nothing, I guess nothing specific. The planning board is holding a workshop in January to discuss some land use, zoning amendments. Nothing, I think, that would really affect you guys. We would have one change, kind of more of an administrative clerical change to the appeals section of the ordinance, but it's nothing that really affects the process. And it sounds like we might be meeting in January. So if that's the case, I could probably give you guys a summary of some of the land use changes that the planning board's discussing in January. But other than that, that's it.
Okay, so I make the motion that the meeting is now adjourned.
Second.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on our way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior, and they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take, and they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I Am a Lion. This is the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early in the morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Hey, welcome to the January 12th Board of Selectmen meeting. Call the meeting to order. First order of business is approve the minutes from the December 8th meeting. Your motion?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the public hearing on dangerous building pursuant to 17 MRSA subsections 2851 through 2859. Before we start, we're meeting this evening to conduct a hearing to determine whether the structures located at 9 Shaker Woods Road are a nuisance or dangerous building within the meaning of the applicable state statute 17 MRS 2851. If the board determines the structures are a nuisance or dangerous building, then the board will determine what action the owner must take. Under the statute, the structure or any part thereof is a nuisance or a building is dangerous if 1, the structure is structurally unsafe and unstable. 2, the structure is unsanitary. 3, the structure constitutes a fire hazard. 4, the structure is unsuitable or improper for use as a residential dwelling. 5, the structure is a hazard to health and safety and given the fact of inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, obsolescence, or abandonment. And 6, if the structure is dangerous to life and property. This is the standard the board will use to determine if the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building. Information will be provided for the property referenced above. Before I describe the procedures the board will follow, I must ask if there's any interested parties for 9 Shaker Woods. If so, would you please identify yourself, your name, address, and your position on the property? And Jared, you'll have to, yeah, okay.
Yep. Yes, I'm here to represent 9 Shaker Woods Road, Raymond, Maine. I am the official owner now.
Okay, and your name, just for the record?
Yep, Jared J. Marston.
Okay, thank you. The procedure the Board of Selectmen will follow in conducting the hearing are as follows. 1, information of evidence will be presented by exhibits and witness testimony. 2, documentation to be used in this proceeding will be marked as exhibits. The board has accepted evidence that the code enforcement officer and the health officer has provided an exhibit A in the e-packets. The presentation of evidence will proceed in the following order. The code enforcement officer and health officer will present an opening statement and relative evidence by or why the structure is a nuisance or a dangerous building, and if so, what the remedy the board shall order. Following the completion of the code enforcement officer and health officer's presentation, any opposing party will have an opportunity to present an opening statement and relative or relevant evidence that they want the board to consider with regard to the structure, if the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, and if so, what remedy the board shall order. C, this code enforcement officer and health officer may ask questions of any opposing party and any witnesses, exhibits that they present. D, the opposing party may ask questions of the code enforcement officer and health officer and any witnesses or exhibits that they present. E, the code enforcement officer and health officer can then make additional comments on any opposing party's testimony or witnesses. F, the opposing party then can make additional comments on the code enforcement officer and health officer testimony or witnesses. G, the board can then ask questions of the parties and witnesses. H, each side may make a closing remarks of not more than 2 minutes. I, only parties of interest in this meeting will be allowed to participate. General comments from the public will not be taken at this time unless it's specific to that property. After all the information is presented, the hearing will be closed and the board will deliberate on the structure, on whether the structures are a nuisance or a dangerous building, and take a vote on the remedy for the situation. This is an administrative hearing, not a court trial. Therefore, the formal rules of evidence shall not apply. Before we start, do any board members know the owner or have knowledge of the property so that you cannot fairly or impartially hear the facts and decide the matter based upon the evidence presented in this hearing? Seeing none, okay. So anyone have questions on anything I've just read? Okay, in that case, we will move into that. I'll turn the proceeding at this point over to the CEO and health officer. We also have in the meeting Zachary Brandywine from the law firm to assist us with any questions that may come up in regards to the procedures. So, Alex?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Alex Yoros. I'm the Code Enforcement Officer for the town. And I do have some information that I would like to enter into the record as exhibits. And this information was provided to you guys in the e-packet in a memo from myself dated January 8th, 2021. So I'll just go through those, give some, I guess, information to kind of get the ball rolling, and then Kathy will kind of take over from there and fill in some details. The first exhibit, Exhibit A, is on page 10 of the e-packet. And this information is, it's not the first time you guys have seen this. It's basically a general history of the parcel and kind of all of the main events that have taken place in the last 30 plus years. Some of the key things I want to hit on in this particular exhibit would be the junkyard violations that start to crop up in the early 2000s. There were numerous notice of violations sent to the property owner for a growing junkyard. And then fast forward to December 2009 and January 2010, there's an initial order to comply issued from the fire department with some follow-up from the code enforcement officer at that point, explaining basically some concerns with the garage that's being used as a dwelling unit. And they were general safety concerns and specific to some fire hazards that they were afraid of at that point in time. So here we are, 10 years later, and we are kind of still having the same conversations. And on page 11 of the e-packet, we outline, still in Exhibit A, we outline kind of the three major issues that we're looking at right now. And the first one is an illegal travel trailer that's being used as a dwelling unit on the property, a dilapidated and dangerous mobile home that looks to have been abandoned some years ago, and that was the original mobile home that the Strouts were living in. And then the Strouts' former garage, which has been converted into a dwelling unit. So those are kind of the three pieces that we're looking at here, in addition to the junkyard. So on Exhibit B, which is pages 13 and 14 of the e-packet, you'll see that the current process that we're in now started about a year ago with the former code enforcement officer, Scott Dvorak. He had issued a notice of violation for the travel trailer being used as a dwelling unit. And he mentions on that notice that there's no legal means of wastewater disposal, which is certainly a health hazard if someone's using a structure or a travel trailer as a dwelling unit with no adequate means for wastewater disposal. That is a violation of state law. So we do believe that this travel trailer is unsanitary and unsuitable or improper for use as a dwelling unit, and hazard to health and dangerous to life and property. Moving on, Exhibit C, which starts on page 15 of the e-packet. This is a second notice of violation, which is a follow-up to that first notice that Scott had written earlier in 2020. Page 19 does show a photo of a sewer drain for that travel trailer, which you can see is capped, and there's some spillage on the ground as well. Exhibit D, which starts on page 20 of the e-packet, is the NOV, which was notice of violation, which was issued to Mr. Marston on November 18th. This is specific to the unpermitted junkyard and 2 additional dangerous buildings, the mobile home that I had originally mentioned, and then the garage that they're currently living in. There's photos of the mobile home on page 24 of the e-packet. It looks as though there may have been a tree that fell on it at one point in time. This structure is definitely no longer suitable for use as a dwelling unit and should immediately be secured and removed from the property. Mobile home's unsafe, unstable, a fire hazard, and improper for use as a dwelling unit. Definitely looks abandoned and could be considered a danger to life and property as well. So I feel that one definitely is within the lines of a dangerous building. Exhibit D, which is pages 23 to 28, show the junkyard or pieces of the junkyard. Adds to the concerns that we have with this property. A good bulk of the junkyard is along the road or the driveway in there. So the concern is that that junk along the side of the driveway could prohibit emergency vehicles from accessing the garage, which is where Mr. Marston and his mother are living. So that's definitely a concern of ours. Plus, the junkyard is a violation of local ordinance and state law. And there's some concerns with what is actually even out there and how much is out there. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Kathy, and she can provide testimony for the garage and some of the health concerns that she has. Looks like you're muted, Kathy.
Kathy, you're muted.
There, sorry about that. So my name's Kathy Goslin. I'm the health officer for the town of Raymond. I also work as a paramedic, the deputy chief of the fire rescue department. I became involved with the Strouts. At that time, Richard was still alive, and Lorna in 2009, after the department did an inspection, after a concerned citizen did an anonymous complaint on poor living conditions. As Alex said, we did investigate it. We found it to be unsafe at that department. We wrote it up. We did install smoke and carbon monoxide detectors at that time. We issued a violation notice, but working with the CEO, Chris Hansen, at the time, the homeowners were asked to install 2 egress windows, which they did do, and no further actions were taken by the town. Last spring, I was back, as Alex said, with another code enforcement officer for the back mobile home that is there. But I want to basically go back to the garage. Now, when we say the garage, it's actually their living quarters, and people need to understand that. We were called in October 2020 from the homeowners, Jared, who is Lorna's son. Richard has now passed away, asking help to evict the occupants of the back trailer. So we went back in and looked at the property. We also looked at the garage again. Understand this is about the size of a 2-car garage. They've lived in this for many years. Back in the early 2000s, the town was involved in helping them move into the front trailer on the property. They did move into that for a short time, and they decided to move back to the garage. And in discussions with Lorna, she said, I wanted to live in the place that my husband built. But understand, this was never designed as a house. So some of the issues that I have as the health officer, very unsanitary. There's a dirt floor on a small part of it. When we did go back, in October, they had made some small improvements. An old heater had been replaced. There is a working bathroom. Whether it works 100% of the time, I'm not sure. But the part of the big health issue with the property is you can't move in the house due to the accumulated junk and stuff. I will say that I think Jared has cleaned out some of it since his father or his stepfather did pass away, but it is not a condition that anybody should live in. It's unsanitary. There's electrical issues. There's wires there. I know they said that he was trying to hook up to solar at some point, and the wires are just hanging. There's a lot of dirt. The house has just not been cleaned. In discussions with Lorna Stroud over the years, she said she still wanted to continue to live there. She did not want us to kick them out, were her quotes. But then in one of the last discussions I had with her, she did say that after her husband passed away, they were thinking about possibly selling the home so that they could live in a place better off for them. Now understand that there's batteries in the house. I'm just looking back at some of the notes. There are two small bedrooms, but they don't use them. They basically, my opinion, and Jared can jump in after, I think they live in their 2 recliners. Multiple extension cords, all of that, a sink and refrigerator in the main room, all unsanitary. I don't believe the stove is even usable. They had a small microwave. But the home is just an accumulation of stuff and trash, batteries, things like that, and it's not a safe place, especially for Mrs. Strout, who is now in her 60s, and while she's lived like this in quite a few years, she is having some mobility issues and she needs a better place to live. So my recommendation would be that the garage be deemed as a dangerous building and the town look and work with Jared into getting them to move into a different dwelling and probably raise the garage. That would be my recommendation at this time.
Alex, anything else on opening?
No, I have nothing else to add at this time.
Jared, this is the time for you to present your information.
Yeah, a little bit just I call trying to get used to this. So, right. So, right. I was gonna say because I just basically inherited it, whether a mess or not, and we've been wanting to, I call update, move on or whatever. I call all in discussion. I think some of this is kind of blown out of proportional. Right. Like I said, because we want to remove some of the junk because there's value in it. So I call, we're all for that. Those that knew my father knows the situation. Right. And like I said, and of course this year, because I just started a decent job. That's why taxes are getting closer or getting farther ahead. And then COVID hit. And of course, now here it is January, and basically kind of unrest political wise. And I had a very hard time getting hold of the junk schnitzers or whatever it is, the steel place in the Lewiston. And they was like, well, if you have us come in and get it, basically maybe $4,000. If you can do it yourself, quite substantially more. And he goes, and right now with the COVID,
Even though Maine is a light case, they're controlled by their corporate headquarters in New York. So there is issues there of getting people to come in. And then, of course, in November, I ended up having medical issues. And I'm basically getting back on my feet now. And of course, it's dead of winter. I'm on layoff. And, you know, you don't want to spend all your eggs right off. You kind of want to wait till you get going again. So, right. And like I said, we got a car trailer lined up. So we are going to start to move, get rid of some cars to get more funding up. But it's kind of a time issue crunch. You know, not just because of this, but like I said, there's COVID and other stuff going on. Right. Also on Garrett's trailer, I do know we got the permission to tear that down. The shed that he built on it is tore down, and we are going to start to tear that down and get that off. And right, yeah. We also that pink trailer that is planned in the works to get rid of. We can start to remove that. Yep. Yep. And we've been also cleaning the house, trying to get the issues taken care of with that. I would like to see, depending on how this goes, to sit down and come up with a checklist. So that way you guys know we're making progress. And I got proofs to show that I'm working with you to hence going forward, making progress. Right, to address any issues you have. I think that's it for my speaking.
Okay, thank you. C would be Alex and Kathy, if you have any questions for Jared.
Yeah, Jared, there's a mobile home, a newer mobile home on the front of the lot, which I believe you rent out to someone else. Is there any possibility that you guys would be able to move into that mobile home and move out of the garage at least, maybe even just temporarily or long-term? Or is there any possibility of that?
That would be very hard at this point. It's only 2-bedroom, and you think the house is cramped. Just, 3 people in this, that'd be awful cramped.
So there's no possibility you could evict the tenant and replace them, basically.
That would be difficult. Basically, coronavirus mandates. I'm not all on legal. I was trying to get a lawyer to be with this. But to evict someone, right now there's no evictions going on. COVID-19.
I don't have any other questions.
Kathy?
I'm good for right now.
Okay, Jared, this time you could ask specific questions to the code enforcement officer and the health officer on anything they've presented so far.
Right. Yes, is there any issues that we could address immediately to, trying to find lack of better words, but so we can stay there until, we can find a place or, whatever is determining of this meeting.
I think If that was going to be the case, Jared, I think first and foremost is the electrical hazards in the house. You'd have to have an electrician come in and bring it up to code. But I also think you have to think long and hard if you want to put any money into that garage. Or would you be better off? I know in a discussion you talked about selling the property and paying the back taxes and then moving into something better suited. I'm kind of thinking that might be your better set. You're going to have to put a few $1,000s into this home to make it livable. You're going to have to remove a lot of the trash and a lot of the garbage. Just the stuff that's in there that block exits that you can't get around in. Make sure it's cleaned, fix the electrical. I know last time you still had some plastic up along the ceilings. You're going to have to do a lot of that to bring that building up to code. And I think the discussion should be, is that going to be possible?
Trying to. All right. Like I said, I just don't right now physically see. I call it going out, getting an apartment, which would be $1,200 a month, and then trying to then of course get a real estate agent, all of that. Going as in a financially or even safer move. Like I said, I'm willing to address, like I said, I've been right along, just like I said, slow, removing stuff from the building. Right, and of course, I'm willing to get some help to do that. But I think that's it for this session.
I think, Jared, one of the things you have to talk to your mother about is her medical conditions, and is it time for her to go into maybe an assisted living facility? I believe she gets your father's retirement for income. Maybe we could look at a Vesta housing or a place where she could go. And if you wanted to stay together, maybe we look for a place that the two of you could stay together. I don't know if you guys have had any discussions on that. You know she has mobility issues. I don't want to get into her health issues with the group. But I think you've got to look at that and what's best for her too.
Yes, well, that's why I'm kind of saying the stuff I am, because I call it, she's just moved out as is right now. It wouldn't take long and she would go. She would pass away.
Why do you say that? Because she doesn't, you mean because mentally she doesn't want to leave?
Yes. Like I said, it's only been a year that Dad, well, actually, it hasn't been a year. It's February 2020, just before the COVID hit, is when he passed away.
Okay.
Jared, any other questions you have for the CEO and HO?
Right. Right. Like I said, just a quick discussion. Like I said, we're hoping to we could try to fix it for a while. Like I said, I want more communication between us and code enforcement and the Goslin.
Yep.
right, right, and like I said, and come up with a list, a good punch list of what we need to do. And then, and so we can get on it. So like I said, you guys got an idea of what we're doing. And if we're not meeting that mandate, then I call follow through with the stuff that we're kind of outlining here. Right, like I said, because I got to discuss stuff with her too, and she didn't want to be on the Zoom meeting tonight, so so it's kind of hard for me to tell you what her thoughts are. So, like I said, I just know her. I know if she's made the leave, that I call will affect matters drastically.
She did tell me herself last winter that, oh, it was before your father passed away, that you were considering selling the property and moving into a one-story home, a smaller place. She doesn't want to do that at all now?
I did not say that. Right, I really got to talk to her because it can fluctuate from day to day, you know, like the issue they're having, like today, she would probably say, yes, let's get rid of it and get the heck out of Dodge. The next day, it'll be, well, no, you know, Richard, you know, built this for me and, you know, living here. So that's why I say I'm kind of treading carefully until I hear what her opinion is. I guess, right. Like I said, we really would like to try to fix it before selling it. Like I said, that also just buys us time so we can actually make plans. If she wants to sell, we can sell it and move on. You see what I'm saying? There's kind of a balancing act here.
Okay. Hey. Hey, Alex and Kathy, any additional comments on what Jared has said?
I understand what Jared is saying. My only concerns is this is a fire hazard with electrical issues and a lot of stuff blocking egress, that I think if the town was willing to work with him to come up with this list, due to the winter, we can't get up there with a fire truck, we can't get up there with an ambulance. I think they'd have to find temporary quarters until this has been deemed safe to live in again.
Yeah, I would agree with Kathy, and that might be something, once we're through this process, you guys can discuss with Zachary. You know, there is an opportunity through dangerous buildings to create an order that would allow them to return to the garage, but it may, you know, entail the town physically doing some work or you know, funding some of this work, which could be assessed as some type of special tax in the end. But like I said, that would be something you'd want to talk with the attorney about.
Any questions from the board? Marshall?
Yes, Mr. Marston, you mentioned that you had recently leased out the front trailer, is it, or the front camper?
Yes.
Do you have a signed lease, or is that just a friend that you're leasing it to, a relative, or?
Yeah, that's a verbal agreement.
Okay. Thank you. And the next question I have is, you've gotten quotes to have some of that metal removed.
Yes.
Are they willing to move that metal at this time of year?
This time of year, it'd be very difficult.
But would they be willing to do it?
I would have to, because I can't for them say yes or no. And it also depends on COVID-19. Because I could say yes, they would come and move it. Right. But whether they got the manpower and all of that, at Snitches, they have, like 3 or 4 crews, and there's no guarantee that they can get in, because they also said they're about 3 to 4 months to get to a job.
Okay. Thank you. I'm done.
Sam, any questions?
I have no questions at this time.
Teresa? Okay, at this point, we'll have the code enforcement officer and health officer closing remarks, not more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I think, just one thing I would like to say is our primary focus here is definitely Jared and Lorna's safety in this. So we want to make sure that they're taken care of and that they're not put into a situation where if they need help, they can't get it. So that's kind of the big focus here in getting this situation resolved. I think that you guys have some options and you can discuss with Zachary what those are. It might be a situation where we give them, up to a certain date to remove the junk. And, maybe they have 30 days to correct the issues with the dwelling or find somewhere else to go. I mean, that's something that you guys can discuss, but, it is a safety concern that does need to be addressed.
Kathy?
I would agree with Alex's statement. I'm more concerned about the garage and their living conditions. I'm willing to work with the family to see if we could find a temporary place for them to stay, but also look at assisted living or the over 65 Avesta housing or the over 55 Avesta housing for Lorna and see if she qualifies for that. I think Jared, in respect for your mother, she may, once she gets into a different place, if she does, find that it's much easier to live. I know my biggest concerns are the health and safety there, and I'd love to give you time to fix up the garage, but what happens now during the winter? I think we have some huge safety issues the board has to decide on.
Thank you. Jared?
Yeah, the one big concern about all this also is the ability to find a place. She might be able to go into a Vista housing. I know I got a few friends that have been signed up to get into a Vista housing, and they've been on a waiting list for 6 months. I just know with Garrett, that the occupant in the trailer, he actually just found a hotel room, and he's been in that, and he might have found an apartment, but that is still questionable. Right, so like I said, I call if everything just goes forward fast, I really feel like we'll be out on the street. So that would be my.
Thank you. No, it hasn't been, not an easy situation, so I appreciate your time there. At this point, we'll close the evidentiary part and move into the deliberation part, which the board takes ultimately then the board will make a determination. So,
Mr. Olson, this is Zach Burnwine. If I may just for a second, I would suggest just putting out a call to anyone, any member of the public that has information about the condition of the property or the buildings on it, if they'd like to be heard on that issue. That's my only recommendation before closing the evidentiary part.
is there anyone in attendance that does have any information on that? Okay, seeing none, then we'll close that. I guess, Zach, if you want to just kind of run through where options are at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to. So now that the board has received the evidence and the information that it needs to make a decision, my recommendation is to take this in small bites. The sole decision for the immediate decision for the board is whether the structure of the property constitutes a hazard to health and public safety. And what I would recommend doing first is having a discussion about what the facts are. So you've heard information from your code enforcement officer and your health officer and Mr. Marston about the condition of the property. I think before you make a decision about whether it is dangerous or not, you should decide what is the condition of the property. What is actually going on the property? Are the buildings dilapidated? Are they unsafe? You should have a discussion about that. And based on the facts that you find, and I'm sort of happy to guide you through that. After you determine some facts, then you should take a vote on the ultimate issue of whether the buildings and the property are dangerous or not. And then after that, the board should have a discussion about what it wants to do with respect to the property, what the sort of correct remedies are, and I'm happy to guide you through that as well.
Okay, so I guess as far as the finding of facts, that would come from Alex and Kathy at this point.
Well, what I would say is, you've heard some descriptions of the property. I think it's the board's job to decide whether those descriptions are in fact the facts based on just the representations that you've heard and the photographs and the correspondence in the record from Alex.
Marshall, Teresa, Sam. Marshall?
I think in hearing Alex's comments, reviewing the history of code enforcement activities on this, and specifically looking at the pictures, I don't find any difficulty at all in deciding for a hazardous situation there.
Sam?
I agree with that. Did I miss something in that? Was there some question about the air quality in that building as well? Alex? Nothing about that?
No.
No.
I think safety is, since safety is our major issue, I'm hearing from Jared that his mother would be unsafe if she moved out of that place. Is that correct? You said that she would pass away shortly after that, or something along those lines.
Yes, just I call sentimental value. Like I said, it's only been a year since Richard, my dad, her husband, passed away. Actually, not a year. So, and I call like, yes, her health is not the greatest, but right, like she's happy where she's at, and kind of what we learned from the nursing home, is like if they can be happy where they're at, let them stay there where they're at until it's deemed unhealthy, right, for them to be there.
Well, that's quite a question then, because it's safe, obviously, for her to be there in the building. And it has a sort of a danger if she's forced to move out. Is there some way, Alex? Oh, never mind. I take that back. I agree that there's no question that the building is unsafe and something has to be done. And it's too bad that your mother's involved in this. That's all. Thank you. That's all I have to say. It's useless, actually.
Teresa?
I guess looking at this has been going on for quite a few years. And just knowing Kathy, she has been really working, I believe, with you guys. And I think that the code enforcements have been working. That I think some of this could have been cleaned up. I have not been out to your property at all. I know right now, I know COVID's gone on, but I also know that people are really busy and they are working. So maybe that you could get people out there. I think one of my concerns is you want to do a list and they have given you a list of what needs to be done. So I think just giving you a list again is just repeating what was already done. I am worried about the safety. I am worried about the electrical. I think this, just from looking at the pictures and just hearing Kathy and Alex talk, I think that the structures are hazardous, and I'm worried actually for both of you. If it comes down to that mobile home in the front, if that gentleman is moving out and you guys can move in there to possibly get things done, that is an idea. But right now, I do feel that they are unsafe, and I take Kathy and Alex right now at their word. That's it.
Yeah, I do as well.
Marshall?
I asked Kathy if she has seen the mobile home in the front.
I've seen it from the exterior only.
Okay.
I went with both Chris Hansen and Alex. It appears to be livable. There is still a lot of stuff on the outside that Richard put outside, but it appears to be livable.
Thank you. Thank you.
In regards to, the issue has been raised about the safety of getting emergency equipment in there. Is that in large part because of the junk stuff that's there that's in the way? Or, because I guess what I'm looking, I mean, ideally, we want to get out of the shed for right now, because there's problems there. The ideal situation would be is if they could go into that trailer, but then they've got the issue of getting the current tenants out of there. But from the safety standpoint, if you still have the situation where you can't get safety equipment in there, from what I understand, there has been runs and things there that so we have a history that's that there have been emergencies that and does that put them in a greater risk because we can't get the safety equipment in there?
Well, at this time, we wouldn't be able to get a fire truck in the road, and it's a combination of two things, Ro. It is the accumulation of vehicles on the side of the road, and that they have done some improvements to the road. I know we had a grader or something that did. It's a driveway that goes up a slight incline, probably 1,200 feet into the garage. We would only ever be able to get an ambulance maybe 600 feet from the garage, and we'd have to haul people out from there. If that was the case, you'd be lucky if you got a fire truck 800 feet in. There would be concerns that way.
Well, is that trailer closer to the road?
The livable trailer, yes, is the first house, is the closest to the road.
And is that get clear access at this point or not?
In the winter, we could probably get a fire truck 200 feet from it.
And the ambulance?
What was that?
The rescue?
Probably about 200 feet, you know, with snow and rut and ice.
Zach, you look like you want to say something.
No.
Can I ask something to Zach?
Absolutely.
Can he legally evict that person? I know it is crazy with COVID, but can he?
So I will answer that question. But I want to sort of help try and separate that from the sort of immediate issue before the board. So evictions are paused currently in the state. You can't seek a writ of eviction right now. But that's not the issue before you right now is just whether the buildings, structures, the property itself are dangerous. If you find that they are, and in a minute I think I'll recommend to you sort of an up-down vote on that issue. But if you find that they are, then I think the discussion for you all is, what do you want to have done with the property? And that discussion can be informed by these other considerations that you've heard tonight. Once we get to that discussion about what you want to have happen with the property, I'm sort of also going to recommend maybe a way to think about that sort of will help clarify how to structure the order that you issue.
Okay, thanks.
I would say that at this point, if the board members feel that they've determined the facts after having heard the evidence, and there's sort of no other discussion that you want to have about the facts, you should take an up-down vote. There should be a motion to vote on whether the buildings and the structures and the property itself rise to the level of a dangerous building, and I can read you the standard for that. And then after that, if you find that it is, we should have a discussion about what you want done with the property.
Okay, well, are we ready to take that motion? Marshall?
Yes. We're ready. I'm ready.
Will you make the motion?
Can the attorney make the motion, please?
Well, it should be a board member who makes the motion. So it's in the record. It's moved by a member of the board.
I would move that we have found the habitation on 9 Shaker Road to be hazardous.
Second.
So we moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that? All those.
Let me just read you the standard so it's in the record again before you take the vote. Under the Maine's Dangerous Buildings Law, which is Title 17, Section 2851, to adjudge a building or structure or property to be a nuisance or dangerous, the municipal officers, that is the Board of Selectmen, must find that the building is structurally unsafe, unstable, or unsanitary, constitutes a fire hazard, is unsuitable or improper for the use or occupancy to which it is put, constitutes a hazard to health or safety because of inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, obsolescence, or abandonment, or is otherwise dangerous to life or property. If you feel the property rises to that level, that's the standard you're voting on.
Okay. Any further discussion? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, the motion is carried. So now we go into, we have deemed it as unsafe. What are our recommendations, or what are the actions in order to help them get into compliance?
So let me just suggest a way of thinking about this. You should think about what you ultimately want done, or what Alex and Kathy ultimately recommend should be done with the property to make it not dangerous. And that should be what you order Mr. Marston to undertake at the property, and you can decide to give him 30 days to do so, 60 days to do so, however long you feel is appropriate. You can also, if there are sort of multiple things that Alex and Kathy recommend should be done with the property, you can divide out those separate items, and you can give Mr. Marston X amount of time for each of those different items. But you should sort of work backwards from the point of what is the ultimate sort of goal or outcome that you want for the property to make sure that it is no longer dangerous. One other thing I'll note is, I think it is customary in a dangerous buildings context to give at least 30 days for a property owner to bring a property into compliance. That is the amount of time that the property owner has to appeal the decision to Superior Court. So you don't lose any time by allowing that 30 days anyway. If at the end of the amount of time, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, or however long you decide is appropriate, that you've afforded the property owner to bring the property into compliance, and it's still not done, the town, can go onto the property and do whatever work is needed to be done to bring it into compliance, but it does not have to. I would not recommend sort of waiting forever beyond the time that you've afforded the property owner to bring the property into compliance before the town undertakes that work itself. But if you wait another 30 days beyond the time that you've said that you're going to wait, that's fine too. If Mr. Marston is making progress towards achieving the outcomes that you want, I think it's fine to allow him to continue to do so. You don't have to exercise your rights to go onto the property and bring it into compliance yourself, but you certainly can.
No thoughts?
Oh, we need a list.
Yep. I mean, that list is got to be worked up with Alex. But I mean, thoughts as far as time-wise and things like that, time to cure.
Under the circumstances, well, with the COVID pandemic and all that sort of thing going on, I would say we should exercise a little bit of generosity in the timeline.
Marshall?
Kathy, how do you think you could find housing for these people within a reasonable period of time?
That's a good question, Marshall. I'd like to say yes, but I think we'd have to find an opening come up someplace. I can ask. I don't think it's going to be within 30 to 60 days. It's probably 3 months minimum. And that's a guess.
I mean, the one logic says that, I mean, a lot of that work that needs to be done in there can't really be done while somebody's in there, can it?
Right.
So I mean, you got the situation, the ideal situation would be is if they could go into the trailer in front. Then that's open, they can go and, get the work done in there. Short of that, is there some temporary facility that's available that they could go to while that work is being done? Because, to try and work around people, work around while people are in there, first of all, spreads the time out to get the work done immeasurably, because you can't be efficient on how, on how the work is being done. But if it's essentially vacant at that point, it's a lot easier to do the work in there. Marshall?
Kathy, would it be reasonable to assume that trailer could be moved forward sufficient to be reached by the fire department?
Not this time of year, Marshall. It wouldn't take much without the snow and that to make the trailer readily accessible. They have had vehicles that drive right up to it. So the front trailer is not the huge concern. You wouldn't get a fire truck in, but you could probably get a car in.
No, the thinking obviously is to get them into a safer environment.
Correct.
And if that's the trailer up front, then I'm sure the town, if it would be willing, could plow that part for this season. To enough to get the fire truck and the ambulances up in there.
I'm finding with COVID right now, people are not hesitating still to come in to fix stuff. I mean, they may be backed up, and that may be where if he can get some lists of some people, maybe like the people that are hauling away either the cars or metal, because they wouldn't be coming in contact with you guys at all. But as far as electricians and contractors and stuff like that, I'm not finding anybody.
There's another, another group that's out there that we had a presentation from last week or last meeting, the Fuller Center people. I mean, these are types of projects that they look at to some degree on some of those things. So maybe a contact with them to see if it's some things that they can do to help out on that too, because, on that, they do expect the homeowner to put some money into it and whatnot, and then they, with the intent that it's repaid over time, but it brings in essentially volunteer help to get things done too. And we do have contacts there because she came and gave the presentation at the last meeting, so.
They would need a licensed electrician to do a lot of the electrical.
I think any of that stuff that, they can do what they can do, but if it's beyond what they're capable of, I mean, they do a lot with siding replacements and, things of that nature, but no, electrical and plumbing is, that's Alex has got to make sure that that's up to code anyway, so. All I'm saying is that, it's another resource that potentially is there. So now you're down to looking at, more targeted on what you're trying to get in there for people. Marshall?
Sorry, I think the more immediate concern is the health and safety of the mother and the son.
Agreed.
I think we need to address that issue. And again, if we can get them into the mobile home and let the town plow up to it, so at least we can get a fire truck close. If that's a reasonable solution, that's fine. If not, then we start looking for housing for Mrs. Strout.
That housing, in my opinion, would be temporary as long as we have the action item that says that here's the work that's going to get done in there.
And a deadline.
Yeah. Then you're looking at that from a more of a temporary standpoint than a long-term standpoint.
I agree. That's the second series of thoughts that I have about this, but I'd want to address the health and safety issue first.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because the other issue is the junk issue. I mean,
right.
The advantage to that when it can get done is that gives some cash to work with.
Right.
But the logic says that's not going to happen until spring at best anyway.
That really is right.
Looking at some of that stuff, what they'd have to bring in to be able to get some of that out, you're not going to get that done in the winter.
Well, can I ask, who's plowing up there now?
I'm plowing myself, so.
Great, so it's got to be plowed, I mean, and so you're saying the cars and stuff are in the way?
That's what they are saying, but I plow myself because I work part-time for a gentleman plowing, and I get to use his truck.
Well, there's nothing that the town can come in to move the equipment out of the way. If they're going to plow, they're going to have to move the stuff back too. So
see, that's what you guys are saying, and I'm just telling you, I'm plowing the driveway. And if I'm plowing the driveway, what's in the way?
It's not, just so you understand, so the select board understands, you can get to the trailer in a four-wheel drive vehicle. To the house, he's plowing it, but then they're walking up the last 300 to 400 feet.
No, we are driving right to the house.
Today.
Right. Yes.
Today.
Yes, you guys come on over and I can show you.
We'll wait. There needs to be some snow on the ground before we make that.
Right, like I said, not consistent. I'm not.
The trucks can get in.
Right.
And if it wants
All right,
to move,
so-
it'll load it down.
So essentially, we're, where are we at? We need to put a action plan into the into the order here. So part of that is going to be the work list that needs to be done, but the other part of it is the temporary lodging.
What I, if I may, this is Zach, what I hear, I think from the board, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I hear three things. The first is that because the junkyard poses a danger, it needs to be removed within a certain amount of time. The conditions in the mobile home and the garage the dangerous conditions need to be abated. And there's a whole sort of list of things that need to be done that Alex and Kathy sort of have the details about. And then the third thing is that those places need to be vacated. Nobody should be living in them until that work is complete. With respect to abating the dangerous conditions in the garage and the order can just delegate to Alex and Kathy as the code enforcement officer and the health officer, sort of oversight of that. The order can say those structures need to be brought into compliance to the satisfaction of the town code enforcement officer and the town health officer. And you can put a time frame on that when it has to be done by Mr. Marston. And if it's not done within that amount of time, the town can go in and do it itself. The same with the junkyard removal, and the same with sort of the order to vacate the property until that work is done. You don't have to act on any of those things if they're not done within the amount of time that you said that they're going to be done. But you should leave yourself the authority to do so.
Isn't that the situation we're in now?
It is, but the order, ultimately the order is going to give the town the authority to go onto the property and do all this work if it doesn't get done, which the town didn't have that authority before this order was issued.
Okay, thank you.
Just for a note, I kind of agree with the lawyer. That's what I was trying to talk about before, about getting a system of checks and balances so we're moving forward. And I call the quick way out just seems like to say out and, basically left with dealing with where to find a live right now, which we're talking about, and it's not sounding good, and stuff like that. So, Right. Well, I was asked to see if we could have you guys bring the loader down and we could move the cars or what you guys have concerns about out of the way so a fire truck could get in and out. So I don't know about that, but that, is that an option?
I guess I just wanted to say something too. I think that what I'm looking at is this list has been going back quite a few years, is what it is. So
Right.
It has been a problem. It has been accumulating. So giving you that extra time to move forward to do this, is it going to get done?
I haven't had a chance to show or prove myself. This has been my father's. I just inherited it. I'm not gonna take stuff away from my father and sell it on him, if that's his. I mean, that to me is just like if I came over to your house, decided you didn't need that car there, and I'm gonna sell it.
No, I know, and I understand what you're saying, but I also understand too, is your mom also knows that this has been an issue too.
That's
You know what
right.
I mean, so
Right.
and I
and she-
understand that you've inherited. I get that, and I think knowing that this has been, I think that's the first thing I think I would have done. And I'm not telling you what to do by no means. Is I would have gotten with Kathy and Alex or whoever to get a plan in action. But it's been a. When did you inherit it? Like a year ago?
I don't got the exact date. My father died in February 2020.
So it's coming up on a year. Yep. Okay.
Yes, basically just when this stuff happened. And of course, there was even a legal aspect where he was in a nursing home. Even though stuff was in my name, I couldn't part with it until the state gave me the okay. We met that 5-year criteria.
Yeah.
So, I mean, my hands are tied.
Okay.
Right, and I gotta have time. I mean, what else can I do? I mean,
I think.
Yeah. Go ahead, Marshall.
I think we're still diverting off the main issue, and the main issue is the health and safety of Mr. Marston and Mrs. Strout. We need to deal with that sooner than later. And I have no problem giving Mr. Marston till July or August or whatever it might be to do what he thinks he needs to do to get that property cleaned up and habitable again so that they can move back in there. But we still need to address the issue of the health and safety. And I think that needs to be done quickly. And that will also give you time, Mr. Marston, to get in there and clean it up without people bumping elbows over there.
yeah.
So if we can work along those lines, let's deal with the health and safety first. And then give him, we can give him all the time we feel is right to get that property cleaned up. We're not trying to throw him out. That's the worst thing we want to do, but we're concerned about the health and safety of the family.
Sam?
I agree with that 100%.
Okay,
I
so
think that's the issue we have to deal with now.
So the question then would be, what's the timeframes we want to establish for vacating the existing building? And then we can placing time limits on getting the actual punch list done. I mean, that can be done a lot quicker, but and then
Right.
the other elements.
Okay. I would love to say out in 30 days, but I'm not sure that's a reasonable thing. I think that if we gave them till September 1st to get it cleaned up, that might be reasonable on the backside. But I think for them to move, we are at the mercy of several unknown factors at this point, one being the real estate market.
Right.
We don't know what's available out there. So I think the sooner the better to move them out, but give them plenty of room to clean it up and make it habitable again.
Yeah, I mean, the backside stuff, I don't, that's not, time is not.
No, exactly.
Not of the
Time is not a
essence on that. But, I mean, if you were to say, if we were to say 45 days to vacate, that date can be extended if we can't, if something can't be found or something, whatever, but you still have to hang some numbers on things.
Well, I agree with that. I agree with the deadlines, and 30 days is the appeal period. If it's not appealed, then we can go forward from there. 45 days is reasonable. Make it March 1st. out by March 1st.
Right. I'm just, I understand on what you guys are saying. But we're gonna need help in finding a rent, maybe even some financial help, right, to afford the rent, because now we're biting off, basically trying to do the rent and get the place fixed up.
Yes, yeah, yeah. And that's where, you know, Dawn and Kathy and
Right.
Jenny
DHS.
can help out on that stuff. So, you know, the action item there would be to get with them to see what assistances are available on that, because there's, you know, there are some things that exist out there.
Are we setting aside the trailer on the property totally? That's out of the
Well, I mean,
question.
you know, that's a decision he's got to make. If he, you know, if he wants to ask those people to leave, and if they'll leave, then he could move into there. You know, that, you know, then there, you know, the issue is they're looking for a rent at that point or whatever. But, you know, the issue is getting them out of that shed into something that's safe, so that then the work can be being done back inside there, so they can get back in there ultimately.
Agreed. But before we move into the trailer up front, I'd like somebody from health and safety to do an inspection on the unit to make sure it's safe.
Yep.
Right.
I agree.
So Zach, are you going to write the order? Or?
I am, and what I've heard, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong. What I've heard is essentially March 1, 2021, to vacate the property to until such time as the dangerous conditions are abated, brought into compliance, and then a longer period of time, and you should sort of decide exactly how long, to remove the junkyard and other debris, and to actually bring the buildings into compliance to the satisfaction of Alex and Kathy.
Before we go too far, I'd like to clearly define your word property, because this trailer is on the property.
Well, you know, I think the order should be worded broadly so that it delegates authority to Alex and Kathy to make sure that the entire property is no longer dangerous.
That's fine.
That
Thank you. That's fine.
So I heard March 1, 2021, to vacate to and until the property is brought into compliance. I think the open items, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the open items are how long to remove the junkyard and how long to actually do the work, bring the property into compliance before that falls to the town, and the town has the right to go on the property and do it itself.
Well, I mean, the bringing the house, bringing the living quarter into compliance, you know, that, in my opinion, is, you know, they'd want to get that done as soon as possible. But I mean, from a practical standpoint of bringing in contractors and things like that, you know, I think if we're saying out by March, I'd say you'd be hard pressed to say move in before May, because that's another 60 days. You know, because there is work to get done there, and then it's the fact of bringing in tradespeople and whatnot, or whatever, to get that work done.
Well, see, I would be willing to go out as far as September 1st on that, because I think there's a lot more work over there. Looking at the pictures, there's a lot of work over there.
Mm-hmm.
I think May might be a little bit too quick, Rolf.
Okay. June? I mean, the fact is, the order is going to be written so that, you know, that things like that. If you know, if there's things that are in process, and
Right.
there's, you know, and it's the factor of, okay, we've got this in line, but it can't happen until this, then that's, you know, that's going to get approved.
Fine.
I mean, you know, so the order wants to be written that way so that, you know, if you know, if we need to be flexible on some of those dates because of availability of contractors, because of availability of materials and things like that, you know, I think that's got to be in play during this, you know, just because of the availability of a lot of that stuff right now.
Okay. But again, I don't want to get into an extension after an extension after a prolonged extension.
Well, I mean, you know, essentially, if you do an extension, it's because, okay, we've got this lined up and it's not going to be able to occur until here.
Fine.
Yeah.
And that would be for Alex's discretion?
Yeah, because as he's got to, you know, ultimately, he's got to issue the occupancy permit.
Okay. Thank you.
And then the, you know, the junkyard, I mean, what I would almost say on that is, you know, give some time phasing on that says, you know, bring in, first phase would be bring in someone that can evaluate it all and to give you a schedule on when they can move it out. You know, we can put a date on there of October 1st. But if, you know, if they come in there and they say, yeah, we can do this, we can do that, but we can't get it out of there until such and such a date, then we'll work from there. But I mean, that gives, you know, that gives all through the summer and all through the fall. Does that sound reasonable?
Sounds reasonable to me.
Sam?
Yes.
Don, you had a question?
I just wanted to make an inquiry of the attorney with respect to the fact that this is a town-owned property and it's under an additional agreement for payment of taxes, which at this point I think is a, you know, minor issue comparative to health and safety issue. You know, we have that as well, and so I mean, this is a foreclosed upon property, a town-owned property, and you know, I know that there's been some effort to make good faith payments, but you know, there's that issue too, and I don't know if that needs to be incorporated or not, Zach.
I would, for purposes of the order, I would keep them separate. But you raise a good point, and to address it, I would just say that under the state dangerous buildings law, the town has the right to recover its costs associated with this hearing and with any work it ultimately, if it does end up doing on the property, by means of a special tax. You know, that because it's a foreclosed upon property, you're not going to recover the you know, the costs through a special tax necessarily. The other option for the town, if it wants to really pursue recovering its costs associated with this, those include attorney's fees, other sort of logistical resources that have to be expended, is to file a collections action, which would allow you to ultimately attach or lien any other property beyond just this property. That is extremely rare in my experience, but it is sort of not a bridge you have to cross just yet.
What about this issue? I mean, we've heard talk of, and this is something that we don't do as a municipality, i.e. plow private property, you know, move things around on private property. But this is a unique case. I mean, here we have a life safety issue and it's essentially town property. So does that distinction, you know, waive the prohibition against utilizing, and I would say de minimis sort of town effort, pushing some cars back or making way so that we could make a, you know, public safety response? Is that something we can and should do because of the unique nature of this property? If it made sense to us, I'm not committing us to it, but if it made sense to this ultimate resolution and their safety, would that be something that is acceptable under law, or is it something we still should avoid?
I think it's something you should still avoid, except that, this is where it gets a little weird, except that if you have you're going to have this dangerous buildings order, which is going to give you the authority to go on, ultimately give you the authority to go onto the property and do work that needs to be done to make it safe. If part of that work to make the property safe under the authority of this dangerous buildings order is, removing cars, plowing the road, then, that is not a cost. That is not a cost that is being passed on to the taxpayers for work on private property, which is generally prohibited. It is instead a cost that can be assessed against the property as part of this dangerous buildings process. So that may have been a little confusing. I apologize. The answer, I think, generally, John, is no. The town shouldn't do work on shouldn't expend town resources on private property, except that if it's part of this dangerous buildings order, it's probably permissible.
Right, and we should, assess a fair and reasonable cost for any work we might have to do. That'd be my sense, but I think correct. A cleaner way to do these is always with, third-party contractors and to avoid the town at all. But this is for folks, who don't know the history of the property. This is a town-owned property, which makes it quite different in my mind in some ways.
Okay, so do you have what you need now, Zach?
I think so. Do you have a consensus on the board as to the date by which the junkyard's got to be removed and the buildings have got to be brought into compliance to Alex and Kathy's satisfaction? I had heard June. I had heard October.
Well, October was on the junkyard.
Okay.
June on the house.
Okay.
And it was March 1st on the vacate.
Yep. We will. I'll include that in the order. The order has to be signed by all the members of the select board. What I'll do is I will pass this on to Don and Alex and Kathy. Ask them to review it as town officials and make sure it conforms with what they heard tonight. And then I'm going to ask them to pass it on to you all for your signatures. If for some reason it does not conform with what you understood you were ordering tonight, we can reopen the discussion part of this hearing, but not the receiving of evidence. Your decision's already sort of been made, and it would just be to correct my drafting error and make the order conform to what you intended.
Jared, I know it's been an uncomfortable meeting for you. Unfortunately, it is. But the intent is that we want to work. We want to work with you. So it's not. We're not trying to kick you to the street. We're not trying to kick you or your mother to the street. But we're trying to come up with something that puts you into a safe environment and ultimately get you back to where you want to be.
Yeah, kind of at a loss right now because let's put it, I feel some of the people, yes, really want to help, and I hear others that not so much. So I'm kind of at, like I said, conflict on how everything stands. But
Kathy?
Jared, maybe we can touch base later on this week and I can get some more information from you or your mother to make see what other programs she might qualify for her age and for housing, and we can at least start the look for you if that's what you want. Some assistance in trying to find a temporary place.
yeah, we're gonna need assistance because there's other issues going on than just this. So gonna need assistance.
Okay.
Needs as soon as possible.
We'll talk this week.
Yes.
So at this point, I will close the public hearing.
Well, that's what's kind of.
Next order of business is consideration of zoning board of appeals appointment. And I think I see Dave is here, so.
Hello.
So we've got you, this is for the zoning board of appeals. Any information you want to give us on you on what, what your background is and how that's going to help with the ZBA?
Well, my background is actually in software development. So when it comes to specifically land items, no, but I will say that with software development, we have, specific standards and coding standards that we got to adhere to. And so I'm not saying zoning ordinances are programming code, but I'll tell you they're, it's laid out in a certain way and you got to do things in a certain way. So I certainly have an eye for detail, and I think that certainly can help.
Questions from the board? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to appoint David Murch to the ZBA.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, the motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for volunteering.
All right.
His appointment papers are out by the back door for signature.
Okay.
Next item is consideration of a request for Raymond to become proactive in the mitigation.
You guys done with me?
Yeah, we are. I'm sorry. Consideration for requests for Raymond to become proactive in mitigating the infestation of the brown-tailed moth and the white-tailed moth. Mary Therese, you're on. But you're muted.
I think I do that every time. I'm sorry. All right. Well, I really just wanted to start initiating a conversation about brown-tailed moth in Raymond, and a couple of reasons for that is and thank you for, I know it's a late night, and so I appreciate taking your time. I'll try to be quick. Brown-tailed moth, the symptoms of being affected by it can be easily confused with poison ivy and with any kind of other bite, insect bite. And my concern is that because of that, we're not recognizing the extent of how many people might be getting impacted by brown-tailed moth. So I just would like to find a way to have this more in the public eye. To be knowing what to look for and being able to recognize and spot infestations. And one of the reasons for that is how quickly brown-tailed moth invades. And it's not only the symptoms, it's the defoliation of the forest as well. So, what I have heard from residents and who have experienced this is that they see it one year and they don't really recognize it, and then the next year there's severe outbreaks because of the way that it increases over time. Say it again? I'm sorry, I thought I heard someone have a question or something. So my hope is just to have a conversation about how to get out in front of it. Through public education, public awareness, learning how to mitigate it ourselves without having to, if we let it go, other towns have experienced that if we let it go, if they don't jump on it, then they have to resort to aerial spraying. And that becomes really expensive. It becomes a complicated issue for those people who don't want drift on their property. And we have hot spots here, so I think it's important to be paying attention, and I'm just not seeing it out there in the public awareness. So that's why I'm here.
Well, what are you proposing we do?
Well, I think something on the website would be good. Some other kinds of ways to get information out, whether those are posted flyers in different places. however we can inform the public would be good. Raymond, putting it in Raymond Roadrunner. There's some very good videos on how landowners can go after their own infestations for a time. My husband and I have been working on our own infestations for several years, and last year was just, we couldn't reach it, and it was too hard to get to. And so there's, there's that concern about how to get high up there and do that safely. But meanwhile, if you get rid of one nest, then, we've prevented, hundreds more from there, just one nest, because there can be 25 to 400 of these caterpillars with these toxic hairs that last for 3 years in the environment. And they create these, I'm sorry?
No, I'm agreeing with you because my wife and I are faced with the same thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we have I think in 2018, Raymond was put on alert, or in the maps that the Maine Forest Service did. The community was sort of one to be noticing it was in alert stage. It hasn't shown up this year as anything that the state would get involved in, but it's certainly something that I think residents would be well served to be involved in. And I know that we have a lot going on. We've got COVID going on, but at the same time, we're being asked to be outside to socialize. And so we're putting ourselves at risk in that regard too, just, raking leaves and on our swing sets and so on and so forth. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah,
Make sense?
I don't see any, Donna, if Mary Caress gets with Kayla, she can get her information for putting on the website and things like that. But I mean, if I would think also it's one of those that if we ever get back where we can be doing things again, it's a presentation you could do at the library too for one of the information nights there. But have you had discussions with the representatives yet?
I have not, only because I don't know that we're there yet. I think right now this could be addressed very inexpensively with public awareness campaigns. And one thing I will say is that we do have hot spots. Fry Island is one. Certainly up by this tower on the Valley Road is another. And there is a procedure that can be done if we can't get to the clipping, because oftentimes these nests really like the tops of the trees, is that trees can be injected. It's about a $200 process per tree to inject them to reduce it will kill off the brown-tailed moth just by that injection. And I wonder if we couldn't, again, getting out ahead of this, just put a little money in the budget so that if we see, I go up to the Raymond Hill Road, and beyond the field there's got to be 4 or 5 trees that are completely infected up on their tops, which means they're being defoliated, and we're going to have hundreds of nests post that. So if it's at all possible to put away any kind of budget, not a lot, I think that would be wise on our part, just as a public health consideration, attracting people to the community, and so on and so forth. So no, I haven't, simply because of this, wanting to do it on a low-key level to begin with. There is a training, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
There is a training that the state does. One has to apply for it, and then they have to go through it. And it's about getting grants. It's called the Canopy Grant that assists towns in their forest management. And I would think, I have not been able to check this out, but I believe that this would fall under that category simply because of the defoliation that happens and the killing of the trees. Yeah, Marshall.
What's the difficulty with aerial spraying?
Kathy, did you want to take that?
Some of the chemicals are considered carcinogenics. Teresa and I did talk earlier today, and I told her about Fry Island. As a health officer, I do get notices from the state I am aware of the canopy grant. We've used it. The fire department to help with some brush cleanup down off the Cape Road and that. So that is available. You just have to write the grant. My concern, Marshall, is there's about 5 or 6 different chemicals that work on these little buggers, and which one would the town do, and then what happens in the long run on private property and you sprayed a chemical that's dangerous.
Don't call it out now, Kathy, but would you have a recommendation if the time came?
We always used to burn them.
Well, sometimes
Yeah,
you
we cut
yeah,
the limb
that's
and
what I
burn them.
do, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we did.
Drown them. I mean, you don't even have to burn them. You can just drown them. I mean, it just doesn't take long.
That's what we did
Some
with
of the
motors.
chemicals are dangerous because they kill other species like butterflies and that sort of thing.
And bees, right, are pollinators, and so
Yes, yeah.
they're indiscriminate, and so it's another reason to get out ahead of this
Yes.
with public awareness.
One of the big problems that you run into is that the trees are on private property. So the town going on to a private residence tree and doing something on there starts to raise certain issues, which is why I asked, why, one of the appropriate steps is talk with the state representatives, because, you have a situation where, if you take care of a tree in Raymond, but the guy's on the town line in Casco and doesn't, what have you done? It really has to be looked at from a cross-border situation.
I agree, Ralph, but also this is an infestation that I don't believe eradication is possible. I think it's really keeping it under as much control as possible with as many healthful means as we have.
Yeah.
So even if we only get to one tree, and certainly I'm not advocating to go on to people's personal property as much as to see if the property owner knows of this, has been impacted by it, and if they'd like some assistance, or can learn how to identify it and cut it out, clip it out themselves. Again, remove one nest and you've removed 400 nests to come, right? Which means a pretty substantial cut.
Don?
I see this potentially as similar to the milfoil infestations we had, a decade or more ago, and how we worked together, the public sector, the homeowners, various agencies, interested agencies. And so I think we could help with public education. We can certainly pursue grants. I have a small amount of money that you've authorized to me for provider agencies and or social welfare, social good type programs. It's a very small amount of money, and I'm not saying that I would commit that at this point, but I have some discretionary money that you've made available to me. So I think that as a starting point, though, certainly public education. Let's look into the canopy grant. Let's see what we can do to enlist the assistance, as we did with milfoil, of our homeowners. And then, of course, with the milfoil, we also did have for a period of years town involvement, not only with milfoil, but with Raymond Waterways Protective Association, water quality issues, that contribute, of course, to the quality of life and the economic viability of our town. So I think we can do some things together, and I'm stand ready to do that. And as far as contacting the legislators, I can do that. So, we can do some things, and I'd be happy to speak with you about that and maybe pull in our department heads, such as Kathy and Nathan and some others who would have probably Alex, and talk about how we could work together.
Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you, Mary Tress.
I'm going to jump off. I'll see you again sometime.
So we'll be in touch. If you want to contact me, or if you want me to contact you, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
Okay, next item, consideration of Southern Maine Public Works Mutual Aid Compact.
Nathan, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I guess that's me. This is Southern Maine Public Works Mutual Aid Compact, as Ralph said. This is something GP Cog's been working on for better than 10, 15 years in some form or fashion. All it does for us is allows us to bill back the time if we were to go help another town. Just puts it in writing and it's pretty simple. That's really it. Another town would have a disaster or something and they were to call us to go help, we would have a means to legally bill them back the time and materials, and all our expenses.
Right, and it codifies what we've been doing right along. I mean, we've been
Correct.
helping other towns and other towns have been helping us. I mean, we're probably more a beneficiary than one that's going out there as a contributor. However, we've done both. And so I guess the Public Works Directors, this started with the Public Works Directors Association. And, you know, now with Tony Plant at GP Cog, he's taken this as one of his projects. And I don't see anything in the agreement that would cause any concern or harm. I think it would give an orderly way to make sure that we handle these things in such a fashion as the, you know, receiving town and the giving town would be, you know, understand what they were getting into, and be, for the town that was contributing material or personnel in an emergency situation, then we would have a way to account for and recover that financial investment that we might make to help our neighbors. And I think in this time of pandemic and the difficulty that, you know, we're having in the world, working together with our neighbors is a good thing. And, you know, I think this is just, you know, a more formalized version of what we've always done. And so I certainly recommend it, and hope you'll approve it.
Discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to authorize the town manager to enter into this agreement.
So move.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Next item is consideration of quitclaim deeds. Who's got the info on that? And we've got what's in the packet, but.
So look, you have that?
I can read them off if you like, but I can't make the motions.
No, I know you can't make the motion, but.
Yeah. But all three of them are ones where the checks have come back in, that they have cleared, and they've paid off what they need to pay off.
Okay.
And
Teresa,
Sue's on
you're on.
vacation this week.
All right, motion to accept quitclaim deeds for R2R LLC. Is that the one? Yep.
Yeah.
Book 298, 38, page 126, book 32517, page 149, book 35064, page 306, book 30940, page 80, book 33358, page 301, book 35913, page 117, book 31729, page 149, book 34141, page 79, book 37080, page 58. And I'm just looking to see if there's an amount. That one's $2,842.54 on Rusty Road.
Second.
It's more than that, because one of them here is 13,500.
Well, no, there's different ones.
All right. I will second Sam second.
That'd be a third, but that's all right.
That makes it third.
Any further discussion?
The main point here, of course, is that all interest, taxes, penalties have been paid, conveying the property back to the original owner of record, which is a good thing.
That's fine.
All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried.
Okay, motion to accept quitclaim deed for BBW LLC on Rusty Road in the amount of $13,517.82. And that's on map 67, lot 046A, and book 29837, page 343, book 32517, page 62, book 35065, page 3, book 30940, page 206, book 33358, page 311, book 35913, page 207, book 31729, page 24, book 34140, page 309, book 37079, page 331.
Zach, So moved.
That's a second.
Second, sorry.
Third.
All those in favor?
Nice one, Sam.
Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried.
All right, motion to accept the quitclaim deed from Anthony Rinaldi on Cape Road in the amount of $793.73. And it's map 2 lot 20 in book 35064, page 346, book 35913, page 119, book 37080, page 60.
Second.
All those in favor? Marshall?
Second, sorry.
Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried.
Trying to keep up with the iPad, sorry.
Let's see, that's it on the quick time deeds. Okay. Next item would be public comment. No one requesting. Selectman comment. Marshall?
It's time again to consider some people for the Spirit of America Award, which is given annually to Town of Raymond volunteers who have excelled. Last year it was Dick and Cleo Sanborn. The year before that was Beautification Committee. Year before that was Vitalization. So if you have any suggestions for this year, I'd be happy to funnel those through for approval in March.
Any other comment? Any town manager's report and communications?
Okay, we're going to start with a raft of dates here, I guess. So we have upcoming regular meetings, February 9th, and then March 9th. And then we have our reminder of upcoming budget schedule. It's that time of year again. February 23rd, the town manager will submit the budget to the Select Board and Budget Finance Committee. March 2nd, we're going to have our first department head review. And of course, everything we're doing now is via Zoom, and that's at 6:30. The March 16th will be our second department head review. It's also 6:30. March 30th, budget workshop, 6:30. And then I guess we're consistent on 6:30 now too. April 13th, we have our select board warrant review and approval. April 27th, Budget Finance Committee budget article recommendations. Town meeting at the Jordan Small Middle School gym will occur on June 1st. If we have the open town meeting at 6 p.m. However, we may opt, or you may opt, to have a secret ballot vote as we did last year, and that would be, if so, that'd be June 8th, 2021, and via secret ballot, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Upcoming holiday schedule, Monday, January 18th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So I guess the one thing I would tell you in the way of communications, as you know, throughout the pandemic, we've periodically reviewed and adjusted our internal and external protocols. You know, as department heads, we meet frequently and make those changes, which we make you aware of as they occur. But, you know, my main goal is to make sure we keep the public and our employees safe and healthy. And so looking at those again, I'm not saying we're going to make any changes, but Kathy Goslin has been, you know, on this for day one, and internal people, Nathan, Suluk, others have, you know, worked on this to make sure that we do everything we can to keep everybody safe. So we're in a heightened time of pandemic, and with the increased risk, although I don't know if it's been identified in Maine, but with the new variants of the COVID virus, we're very, very concerned. And I think I can say, Kathy, that this is here and now in our community, and we have major, you know, pockets of infection. And so it's very concerning and has been right along. But so I'm just letting you know that that's a topic that's under discussion internally, as it has been right along. But I'll keep you posted, and we're going to continue to, you know, do what we've been doing. And I should say, for the public watching, the town's in good fiscal shape. I think people are generally in good spirits. We've had, you know, almost no citizen complaint or concern about the way we've done business. I would like to thank the office people, particularly who are on the front lines, the public safety people, obviously, particularly who are really on the front lines out there providing services on a day basis. And, all of us, the public works guys, everybody's out there doing what they need to do to keep the town running safely and keep the revenues rolling in so that we can continue to provide the, revenues that are needed for the town's operation and our schools and county. So, that's the big issue. It's been the big issue. It'll continue to be a big issue, and we're taking care of what we can behind the scenes. We'll continue to do so and keep you posted as we make adjustments and make sure that we post those as we have on the website, social media, electronic signage, Roadrunner, all of the above. So thank you all for your support, and thank you to the citizens who have been so cooperative and helpful in making this all work together for the town.
Thank you, Don.
If there's nothing else, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Second.
All
Third.
those in favor?
Yeah, you can see him.
All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is approved. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the Town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form into me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I Am a Lion. This is the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Welcome to the Wednesday, January 13th, 2021 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The board does have a quorum, but I do not anticipate any votes this evening, so I'm going to dispense with our normal reading of the introductions. So to start off with, it is a workshop. We do have a bunch of ordinances to go through. To start with, I'd like to thank both Alex and Jim for putting all this together for us. I know it was a heck of a lot of work, and it makes our job a lot easier when it comes down to time to reviewing ordinances. And also, just so thanks, guys. And then just take a moment. On your screen is Tom Hennessy. Tom was interested in the Zoning Board of Appeals, but there's no, they have a full board right now, and we do have an opening. So I asked Tom to join us this evening and kind of watch in and see what we do. It's not, for Tom, this is not kind of a normal meeting in that we're not looking at reviewing a project, but just for kind of review, half of our job, or maybe a third of our job, is also prepping ordinances for the town meetings. So there's two kind of funnels in the town. The financial stuff goes through the financial board, and all the ordinance work goes through the planning board. So sometimes we're looking at things that are not directly related to planning issues, but if it's an ordinance change or request, it comes through the planning board. So tonight, we do not have any reviews, any projects to review, but we do have a list of ordinances. This is kind of an annual thing that we start working on months ago, and we kind of build a list, usually derived from what Alex or Jim sees as problems in the ordinance, or the board runs into problems and interpretations. So one more thing, just so that you know what you're getting yourself into, the plan, we kind of view projects based upon the ordinances. So ordinance work is kind of important to us, but we do not kind of make decisions based upon what the community kind of say wants on a particular project. Our decisions have to be based upon what the ordinances tell us we can and cannot do. So with that, I think, Jim, you've changed our order of events here. Nah, we can't hear you, Jim. Jim, you're muted. Jim.
Jimmy, where are you?
You're still muted, Jim.
Jim, you remuted yourself.
Mine's unmuted. There, are you good now?
Yeah, you're good now.
I didn't touch it, swear to God. I did change the order a little bit to kind of packet these up together in kind of topics to help us kind of go through. So road and backlot driveway both kind of deal with street and road construction standards. Those are the first two that we're going to look at. And I think the road section is the first piece of your packet. The biggest issue we have there is when we were doing a backlot development recently, we realized we had contradictory terms in our ordinances with road and street. Road had a different connotation as to what it is versus a street. Everything in our ordinance from a design practice uses the term street. Road, I think, is just a term that's been in that ordinance for a long time. And so where it's deeply delved into the ordinance, what we decided to do was strike it out into the backlot section, where that was one area that we noted that it was in, but there are several others. And rather than, you know, like we always try to do is find every little road definition, we defined road, and if you scroll down through it, you'll see what we came up with. A term commonly used to describe a route or a track consisting of a bed of exposed mineral soil, gravel, asphalt, or other surfacing materials constructed for or created by the repeated passage of motorized vehicles. The term shall also include undedicated roads that are described in a recorded document. The term road shall not include those ways that have been discontinued or abandoned. For the purposes of the Town of Raymond land use ordinances, a road must comply with the standards set forth under the definition of street to be utilized for acceptable lot frontage or street front. Again, that's because we have in shoreland zoning and throughout all our ordinances, we've got these little nuances and changes in the definition. This kind of makes it all come back. This will be the consistent. We want to put this in all the subdivision ordinance, shoreland zoning ordinance, and site plan ordinance so that it is consistent throughout those ordinances. And in the event that road is defined somewhere in some performance standard, this sets it back to the basic of the definition so that essentially when somebody uses the term road for purposes of design, they are really implying street, and then they go into the street standards and street ordinance for how to construct and what you would accept for viable street frontage or lot frontage. Yeah. Any questions on that one? I think that one's a little straightforward. My description might have been long, but I think it's pretty straightforward what we're trying to do here.
We okay, guys? Great, Kevin?
Looks good to me.
Ed?
Okay, the next piece, which unfortunately in your packet is, I think, closer to the end. I'll see if I can find the page for you here.
Well, I don't need the pages to work. Just what item number?
It'd be the backlot ordinance, the road terminus, private road terminus and backlot driveway terminus.
Item number 4?
Fire lane, no parking sign on it.
Correct, yep. I'm just trying to pull it up myself here. Again, what we found with that is working with the fire department. We found that our standard in our ordinance doesn't really work that great for the fire department as far as being able to turn emergency vehicles around. So one of the things we want to do is make sure that that geometric configuration works for turning fire trucks around to what the equipment is we have today. The other piece of that we've run into over and over again is people illegally parking in these turnarounds or using them for parking, temporary or permanent parking lots for boats or whatever. That's not the case. So if it's not signed, then nobody can take any enforcement action. So by the fire department requesting the sign that you see there, that enables them to take some action in the event that they respond and they have to move something. They have the authority to do such. The only thing within that is there's some descriptions about street grades and brake angles, and that all makes perfect sense from a design practice. The only item in here that we need to have some discussion about is under summary of changes 1E, Roman numeral 4. Street grade shall not exceed 10 degrees along the entire length. Under our backlot driveway provisions standards that we have now, we do allow the road slope street. I said road, I'm in violation. The street grade is allowed to go up to 12%. What they are discussing here is under their provisions, they're not supposed to go up anything over 10%. I think there's some compromise in here that we may be able to look at. We haven't gone into that yet. I wanted to get some feedback from the board and let Wayne maybe describe what his concerns are as well. If it is a practical thing that the fire department can't do on an extended, lengthy run, we have a lot of properties in town that have excessive slopes and access issues. There may be a way that we come up with maybe a waiver criteria under this ordinance that allows for short sections to exceed 10% up to 12%, as long as we look at very carefully some safety criteria that will affect the maneuverability of the emergency vehicles or fire trucks. So I don't know if Wayne, you want to say anything to that, or whether any of the board members want to have any opinions or questions or concerns.
Wayne, is this an ordinance? Is this a directive out of the fire manual?
Wayne, you're on mute.
You're on mute, Wayne.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yep. And
yes, it is the standard for fire department access where this 10% grade comes from. That's the standard that we work with. the National Fire.
We have regular roads in Raymond that are greater than 10%.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I'm sure we do, yes.
Sure.
So why would we?
No, I know one road that the chief refers to a lot when we discuss this is like Tarkin Hill is greater than that. And that was a discussion that happened at that time. So
Yeah, they've had, I think you had a winter incident up there where it was difficult for you. I can't remember, is it to get up or to get down? Get down, just because of the excessive slope and fear of icing conditions and going off the road. So again, back to that idea of a waiver criteria, one of the things we would look at is trying to limit the length of anywhere where we had to go in excess of 10% up to 12%. And if it were on a curve, looking at safety provisions such as guardrails or other widening of the curves to allow for a more convenient turn of equipment. You know, like I said, we have a lot of properties in Raymond where access at 10% is one, going to be very costly. Two, it's going to take, you know, likely a lot of blasting, and that gets into its own questions. And again, we've already got some roads in town, as you pointed out, that exceed that. I just think that probably from a public standpoint or a landowner standpoint, we might get some pushback on this. I just think that we don't want to necessarily box ourselves into a corner here where we can leave maybe some out for special cases, you know, where we do get into short bursts of steep slopes.
yeah, and the chief and I discussed your email back to us on this with some of your thoughts on the waiver criteria, and we would certainly be willing to work with you to try to develop a waiver for that 10% grade for those backlot.
I mean, that's my opinion. Obviously, you know, I am an engineer, I work in the profession, but obviously I want to get some input from the board members and what their thoughts are as well.
Exactly.
Ed? Kevin? Greg? Anyone?
Is there a reason to limit it to the 12%? Could we even maybe make it more?
Well, you could, but I think what we found is we had a project. Floyd Brown had he wanted to do a backlot driveway or a shared driveway earlier. I think this year or last year, and we took the fire truck down there. That one was around 17%. And what happens, Greg, as we found out, is when those trucks go up that for an extended period of time, they lose water out of the tanker. And in the winter, obviously, that becomes an icing condition on top of losing the water. So there is a magical point there where just the slope, they lose water out of the trucks. I don't know if that's 12%, 14%. I don't know. I think the idea is you try to limit those to a short duration so the truck can come back and get to a more level.
Yeah, for sure. If you had a short distance with a 17% grade, it might not be an issue. So there's probably an issue of a ratio of percentage slope and distance.
Right, exactly.
Which is why maybe 12% is limiting us too much. So
maybe we can say in excess of 10% and just leave it at that, and then you let the whoever is designing that, you know, provide us the evidence that they can meet the safety criteria. And that's the crux is really coming up with what will be the safety criteria.
Yeah, understand.
Do we want to include in the regulation the way of getting a waiver, or just have it like other regulations where, you know, we can decide it in the meeting?
Well, I think we want a waiver criteria because I don't want to leave the general jurisdiction up to you to kind of make it up on the fly. I think it's a lot easier if the waiver criteria is in place. Then you've got something that you can at least follow as far as a standard. And it's all going to be around safety. That's going to be first and foremost, safety and fire truck maneuverability. And I think if they can meet that, if you can meet it with a fire truck, then you can meet it with basically anything else.
Right.
Well, I
But-
guess
sorry.
I guess I would ask what the fire department might be comfortable with in terms of distance and degree.
Well, I was just going to ask a similar thing. I'm surprised there's no national standard on that.
There is. That's where the 10% comes
Well,
from.
no, I mean, but no, I mean, more
Excess.
than that, you know, like we've been discussing, the length of the slope and the degree, like a table that says here are acceptable approaches, you know, based on length and degree.
Yeah, because clearly in other regions, you take North Conway or somewhere up in New Hampshire where you have really steep, excessive slopes. Maybe they have different equipment, but I'll let Wayne speak as far as to the standards. But I really think sometimes it comes down to the equipment they may have.
Well, then that would be another, you know, set of tables too, you know, 4-wheel drive, what you're going up, the weight of the vehicle. I mean, it's just an engineering problem that you have to put those together.
Right. And that's what we would work on with the fire department.
Right. I don't have an answer for you sitting right here at the moment as far as, you know, percent of slope versus distance and what would work, but we can certainly try to look into that and work with Jim on that.
Yeah, we have things that, you know, it talks about like K values, which is the derivative of slope versus distance of the curve and everything like that. And I'm guessing that there's probably something on a national level that talks about the K value that's acceptable for a fire truck, you know, in a low speed limit. That's also derived on a speed limit basis. So if you're going slow, obviously you can do a little bit more. If you're going fast, and transitions can cause more problems. Because that's also going to be a transition. When you're going from 17%, somewhere you got to belly out because we can't come off a street at 17%. So there's a transition in there as well. We don't want the tanker or fire trucks bottoming out.
So if we go 10 degrees here, we're going to be in conflict, right, with our.
If we go 10 here, we are in conflict with our table in our street ordinance. That's all I'm pointing out. So either this changes, then the street ordinance is going to change, or either way, Bob, I think we're probably going to get into both ordinances to tweak a little bit.
Okay.
The only way we don't tweak it is we just say 12% in backlot driveways and leave it at that. But you know, it sounds like we don't want to necessarily recommend that 12%. Sounds like we really want to do our best to keep it at 10. Except for unique cases or situations where we can limit the big butt.
So we're going, am I hearing we're going to leave it at 10, but we're going to try to come up with some sort of waiverable condition that addresses a steeper slope for a shorter period of time? Is that?
Sounds good to me.
Works for me.
Yeah, we'll work on that. Make
We'll
Wayne work.
Yeah, Alex and I will work with Wayne and Bruce to come up with some language there or some waiver criteria. We'll try to keep it short and sweet, but obviously safety is first and foremost.
Right. Ed, that sound okay?
Okay.
Hey,
Next,
Jim,
yes.
one question on the terminus is that you put in your packet. Do you know what the radius is of that terminus?
I don't, but I can look it up. I don't know off the top of it right now. I'm guessing it's probably around 20 feet, 20-foot radius for that fillet, but I will double check that, and we'll work with you on that as well. As far as, you know, what we'll do, let the board know, in our street ordinance right now, we have an appendix which has an example of the terminus, which I believe is in this packet as well. We'll revise that and match what is acceptable to the fire department, and we'll fill in those radiuses to what works with the fire truck. So when you see this next time, you'll get an updated terminus detail as well. This one that's in here right now is the one that we have currently in our ordinances. We haven't revised it yet to match the fire department's request.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, it's,
I'm sorry, you're okay with backlit and private road terminus as we go? Okay. All right, Jim.
all right, the next one is clearing of vegetation. Right now, we really have it restricted. Alex, is it 15% of the lot? Is that 25? 25.
Yeah.
Yep. All lots are restricted to a 25% lot clearing. And I think it might have been Greg who brought this up to us, that in some cases, these people have decent sized lots and they may want to tree harvest, and we really restricted them in doing such. So what we came up with, and I'm trying to dig it up here, give me just a second, is to change it in the ordinance so that folks can clear to a certain level, and then, where is it?
Page 36 of the PDF, if you're on that.
Yep. All right, let me see. Perfect. Okay. What we would like to do is, if they only wish to cut trees, then the threshold would be 15. Get this out here. Without a minor site plan approval from the planning board for any clearing, removals, vegetation, or stumps regarding above this threshold. So they have right now up to 15,000 square feet or 25% of the lot area. What we would like to do is, if they want to go higher than that for tree cutting alone, then they have to get a permit from the code enforcement officer and just prove that it's been part of a harvesting plan done by a forester. Anything for clearing would require a minor site plan review. And the reason we thought that was, if we're just cutting trees, we're not getting into as much soil and erosion concerns, what could contaminate runoff, get into waterways. Once we start grubbing, we are getting into a situation where we're opening up the land for vulnerability of erosion and contamination of nearby waterways. That's something we want to be much more careful about than just the cutting. So that's the plan at this point, would be permit by code officer if it's for cutting. Anything over 15,000 would need a minor site plan review.
Greg, you're up.
I was looking for something a lot more simple, like change it to 75% and not all that other stuff. I'm not looking to make things more difficult. But yeah, and the third have, in addition to this, in regard to we've got 600-foot shorelanes all around all our lakes, 100 feet around all the mapped streams. And why we have to do this beyond that point to protect the waterways is questionable. And I talked to Chris Hansen about that. I hope it was all right with the planning board that I did that, because he's familiar with the issues that surround his concern over this. And I asked him if Wyndham did anything similar, and he said no. But he did say that they have an impermeable limit. I think that may have been 25% in Wyndham. But we like to look at other towns in terms of what they do for ordinances. And Wyndham doesn't do anything like this. They don't limit how much you can clear.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, because the impermeable limit makes sense, but some people like open lots, some people like trees, and you're taking the choice away from them.
Well, the issue that I have with it, the only issue I have with that is, when we look at phosphorus export, which is the main contributor to obviously our lake and water quality, if you take a forest and you make it a lawn, you are going to add phosphorus to your local waterway.
Well, you're assuming they're going to be fertilizing the lawn.
Yeah, maintain. So that's the caveat. Again, the tree cutting was just to make sure there is a cutting plan that's not done haphazardly. Anybody who cuts it for harvesting is going to engage somebody like Greg or somebody with a forestry background if they're cutting for purposes of timber harvesting. As far as for clearing to have a big lawn, again, if this were in a subdivision, and I'm just throwing this out, if it were in a subdivision, we would make them either limit or provide a stormwater computation to show that they're meeting the phosphorus export. In this case, you're saying, all right, I have 10 acres, I can clear cut whatever I want, as long as I've got a forester. As soon as you go over 50,000 square feet, we just want to see a plan as to how you're going to regulate that clearing. It's not that complicated.
Well, my point was, let's take the lawns out of it. My point is if somebody wants to put in solar panels and they got a bunch of trees in the way and they want to put in a fairly good sized solar panel installation that works, you've got to cut a fair amount of trees. And if you have a small lot, that's going to exceed easily the 25% limit. And the solar panels is not, I mean, that's a lot of people are starting to do that now.
But how big are a solar panel for a single family home?
If you
Once you go beyond a single family home, now you're in a commercial use, you're in a utility service. If you're feeding back to the, you know, like we see a lot of these solar farms, you know, they're feeding back as a solar.
Right, if you're
That's
just
a
doing the
commercial
feedback
use.
thing, but that the direction of solar panels is to store your own energy. So
I'm
therefore,
on board. Yeah. No, I'm
I
fine.
know I'm saying you, but you put more panels in to do that to get you by the low periods, you know, the dark periods or the snowy periods. So you put more panels in, gather more energy, and so I'm just saying we're going to probably see more panels, and that leads to having more open sky. I think we should just, you know, put that in as something to consider.
I mean, we can put in there, I don't know what we want to call a solar panel a utility, but we could put something in there as far as for utility purposes of utilities on the lot. You may exceed that as well. Again,
I mean, you could also put in, you know, the lawn, the phosphorus concern, and I agree with that too, but just putting in a blanket 25% just seems to be rather harsh.
That's what's in there right now. So that's what we're working with.
Oh, no, right.
That piece I didn't add. All I'm just saying is that if you want to change it to 50% and say anything over 50%, you got to get a permit. I don't know. I think 75%, we're going to open up maybe some issues with some people who clear out their lot and, you know, all of a sudden the buffers are gone and things like that. Plus you got to remember too, that if it's part of a subdivision where there are restrictions, the subdivision restrictions override this request.
So I'm in favor of some sort of restriction, maybe 25% can go up a little higher. And I really like the part about if you do any grubbing, stump removal, that sort of thing, we really need to protect that. I think that there's a little bit of an issue. I mean, I know that in general, we want to be able to use our property as we want, but I think there is an issue with how removing a whole bunch of trees can impact surrounding lots in terms of just what it looks like. Specifically, there's a little lot on 121 just after you leave 302, and I don't know if they clear cut the thing. I don't know how big the lot is, but they've cut a whole bunch of trees. And to my eye, it looks terrible in terms of what the neighbors are looking at. So I just think there's a little bit of concern that we ought to have regarding abutting lots as well as the lot in question.
Yeah, I would agree. And actually, Kevin brings up a good point that I think we really haven't addressed is, I mean, if we are truly going to be going to a lot of solar panels and we are going to be cutting lots for solar panels, I mean, is that something that we need to look at as far as the amount of land that's going to be devoted to solar panels all across the town? You know, I mean, do we want a town that has nothing but solar panels?
Yeah, this is starting to be this is starting to pick up a little momentum as we've seen a massive burst of solar farms across the state.
Yep.
It's something that planners and towns are starting to ask some questions on because some of these farms are massive, and you know, you take a nice open field, farm field, and suddenly now it's full of, you know, black squares everywhere. Some people have absolutely no problem with it, and some people think it's an eyesore. From a standpoint of the DEP has taken on them because they are low impact on the land. They really haven't made them do anything as far as stormwater. The biggest issue has been most of these farms have gone into open areas, but some are now popping up into wooded areas and are clearing and grubbing those areas. So DEP does get some involvement with those. But I don't think we've thought about this on an individual basis, and without consulting somebody from the solar industry, I wouldn't have a clue at this point what would be a decent amount of land that somebody would need to operate a solar array in a manner that they can generate 100% of their own electricity. Kev, you're on mute, Kevin.
It's not so much just the land, because it's the open sky. So you may only have, 50 feet wide and maybe 8 feet high of solar panels, like say on top of your roof, but you need to have the view, that the trees are in the way left and right of that to gather the energy from morning to night to the evening. So it's a lot more than just where the panels are.
Understood.
So
yeah, you need that southern orientation to get maximum sunlight
from east to west, because you're really going to gather all day to make it worthwhile.
And honestly, when we get down on the shoreline zoning, that obviously becomes an issue. But I think most of our lots are 2 to 3 acres minimal. So you're talking 25% there. You're talking half an acre that could be available for most lots. So that's a fair amount of land that you have available to put a few arrays in to generate electricity for your home. I get there may be cases where it's more, and maybe we can look at putting something in there for self utilities or something like that. We didn't think of that when we were looking at it.
Well, Mike's concerned about grubbing and so forth. I think the Clean Water Act regulates if you disturb more than an acre of land, you got to install all those silt fences and that sort of thing. I don't see that as an issue that we have to address.
What about if it's less than an acre, though?
For some reason, it's not regulated below that amount.
Well, maybe it should be.
Why? We put limits on all kinds of things. For some reason, 1 acre was, as far as I know, unless Jim knows anything different than me about the Clean Water and when it triggers the.
It depends on your proximity, or it depends if you're in a watershed at risk, different thresholds. It's 20,000 square feet of impervious, and usually anything over an acre requires you to get a permit by rule from DEP. Again, just that maybe Alex knows, but when somebody cuts an acre in a residential zone, I'm sure he probably gets a phone call or two from time to time about what's going on, what's going in there. Again, we're not asking for a whole lot here. It's just a permit through the code officer if they're cutting. Grubbing, I do think, if you're grubbing, what's the purpose for grubbing? Are you creating a larger lawn? Or again, if it's agricultural, it doesn't fall under anything. It's exempt.
Yes, I don't see a problem with that, creating a larger lawn. I know you do.
Well, I mean, if everybody has a 2-acre lawn, suddenly we got some runoff issues. From an engineering perspective, it's just what happens.
Yeah, no, Maine soils are very acid that typically doesn't go very far. I think a lot of your runoff is immediately next to these lakes. I don't think it's 600 feet or more back from 100 feet from streams. That's my opinion. That's where
I think the DEP looks at it as if it gets into a water body, gets into a stream, once it gets into the stream, it's in the stream, and until it has a chance to settle out, it's going to transport. I think that's the concern.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
But again, this is your decision. You as a board, I'm just presenting you, what we see as common practice. Again, I agree with you. I haven't seen the 25% in a lot of ordinances. Some towns have it. I'm guessing it probably evolved from some old state model, and some towns have probably phased it out and others haven't. I don't know if the 25%, if it's an arbitrary number, if it's based on, it's an old number. It's been in the ordinance for a while. I'm fine if you want to move that north or south. But I do think that I'm definitely fine with clearing of trees. But when we start getting into grubbing large areas, I think the town, again, should just take a careful look at what's going on and make sure that erosion and sedimentation, maybe it doesn't need to be, again, this would be a minor site plan. This doesn't go to board. This would be a staff review. So it's not as cumbersome as you might think.
Well, the issue is that of maturing trees. I visited a lot of lots where people have trees that have gotten too big, they can't handle them, and they have no way to get them down except to hire a company with thousands of dollars to remove these trees. So there's a concern on the other end too. If you people are required to keep their trees to the point where they become a liability. That's not a wise thing for the landowner or homeowner either.
I don't think we're meaning to restrict that. I think all we're saying is just you gotta just get a simple permit or a notification to the code officer if you want to cut those, and that's very simple. I don't think that's a huge burden on anybody.
Yeah, it's another step, but
I mean, that's not even me. That would be just Alex making sure that they've got.
Well, you know me. I think we just have too much government in our lives.
No, I never knew that from you, Greg. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, I'm doing the best I can.
Again, this is not a Jim and Greg show. Others, please feel free to chime in.
No, all of these things are reasonable to discuss for sure. I don't have any issue with that.
So where do we, Bob? I'm going to take your line. Where do we want to go with this, folks?
Well, I like the way the thing's written, and I harken back to that lot I drive by now every day, and they've got a big pile of dirt and trap and stumps, and it is being protected for erosion, but it needs to be. And I think the minimal review that we're doing here is going to help make sure people do the things they need to do to protect from runoffs and that sort of thing. And also, I think it might help protect against larger clearings than what is sort of sensible for neighbors to look at.
Now, to that point, I just want to make clear that agricultural purposes are exempt, and maybe, Kevin, we can find a way to exempt some utility provisions as well.
Yeah, that would be good. At least something in there to, to me, promoting, green energy is a good thing.
But when as written, it doesn't exclude that, Kevin. It just is going to require a permit.
Right. I mean, I guess that depends on who's sitting in the code office at the point, because that's kind of his purview then, right? I mean, I don't care about getting a permit as long as it's not going to be denied. I think there should be something in the ordinance to say that that's a permitted or.
That could be good, but like any permit, it's appealable to either one or two, right? If it's our ordinance, it comes to us, or it goes to zoning board of appeals. It goes to one if the permit's denied.
Alex, what happens now if somebody comes in, and I don't know when this has happened, because again, most of our lots outside shoreline zoning are fairly large, maybe in the village, but have you had any cases where you've had issues with people clearing the lot for other things?
There's been two since I started. One would be the Starretts across the street, but that has been an ongoing issue for a couple of years, and they do have a open notice of violation, which does include the clearing limitations in that. And then the other one would be the one that I'm assuming Mike's talking about, which is 7 Main Street down near 302. That's another one. I didn't specifically cite them on this clearing limitation because I couldn't exactly prove that they've cleared more than 25%. I do feel like they have probably cleared more like 75, but it wasn't as easy to prove as the Starretts one is, because the Starretts done on Eve in sometime between 2016 and 2018. So it's very easy to see through aerial imagery on Google. So it's very easy to calculate exactly how much has been cleared. So it is something that is taking place, but the key word in this section, I think, is development. Because if they're not clearing for development, it kind of goes out the window, but that's just my opinion. And I do know that's how Scott and Chris also viewed this.
So when you say development, you mean like the initial building of something and installing the related stuff like septic? So like if a house is already there and they've got all their everything in, septic and so forth, then the 25% isn't applicable?
No, I mean, I would look at it as if someone's clearing to build a house, that's clearing for development. But if there's already a house on a lot and they've got, you know, a substantial amount of land, say they've got 3 or 4 acres behind the house, if they just want to do a harvest, go down in there and clear a bunch of the timber off of it, they're not clearing that for development. They're simply clearing it for harvest, and it's just going to go back to its natural state over time. That in my mind, that wouldn't be clearing for development because there is no conversion of the land. It's simply just a harvest.
So currently, under your reading, we don't have any limits on that sort of thing?
Well, I mean, the Department of Forestry has a whole set of laws that they require timber harvests to follow, and Greg knows all about those. And we're actually a state enforced town as far as the shoreline goes, and there's very specific rules to timber harvests. So there are limitations to what you can do, what you can't do, but you know, it's a whole other rule set, and it's pretty lengthy.
Just as an FYI, we do not define development under the land use ordinance.
Sorry for opening such a can of worms.
You know, I mean, it's a good discussion, though. I mean, it does lead into, you know, I mean, every once in a while, every 10 years, somebody tries to come in here and manipulate these ordinances to their benefit. So it's a good practice to do it before somebody else does it to us.
So is it the opinion, Alex, are you pretty comfortable with like the scenario we just described where there's already a house and they got 3 acres and they just want to do basically some harvesting? Are you pretty comfortable with the forestry regulations in terms of protection for maybe cutting too much so it's a blight for the neighbors? Or I'm sure, I would guess that the erosion concerns are pretty well covered. What do we think?
Well, most of the time, I mean, Greg knows more about the practice of what goes on with tree harvesting, but most of the time you're not ripping the ground up when you're tree cutting. I mean, yeah, you're going in with a skidder, or what time of year you go in can make a difference, and conditions can make a difference as far as mucking it up a little bit. But for the most part, you aren't really doing substantial soil damage such that you're going to get major erosion, unless you're on really steep slopes or something.
You can do that without cutting a single tree.
Absolutely. But once you go in there and you formally decide, I'm going to stump this and grub it, now you've made yourself vulnerable. So I guess that's all I was coming at. And then the question is, you know, if you own 10 acres and you cut 75% of the lot, you know, that's still a fair amount of trees. But if you have 2 acres and you cut 75, that looks a lot worse.
Well, that's the thing. If you got a 2-acre lot and you're limited, you may need more than that by the time you put your driveway in and you build your house and you have your open area for your lawn. I don't know. It seems too small to me on a smaller lot. 25%. What if you want to have a garden or solar panels? No.
Again, if you want to go more than 25%, then maybe it's 50%. I don't know. I have no measurement or no way to figure out what other towns are doing, because it's obsolete in some towns and some are at 25.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Except for what?
Alex, how would you make the call that Greg just described? If you have a 2 to 3 acre lot and somebody has all those things on it and they want to, you know, cut some trees because they want to, on their barn, they want to put a bunch of solar panels to get and it involves cutting, you know, let's say that 50% of the trees are already gone because it's a small lot. But you got to cut enough so that they can get the panels, can get the light. What do you do? What do you say in that? You know, if it goes up to 75%.
All we would say is you need to file a minor site plan through staff just to be quickly reviewed, and I think all we'd be really looking at there would be basically erosion control practices.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then I think that should be put in is what we're concerned with is the erosion control practices.
And that's primarily what we'd be looking at is erosion control practices and what is going to become of that surface. Is it going to be a lawn? Is it going to be, you know, if it's agricultural purpose, like I said, it's exempt. And if it's, you know what, and if we decide we want to put utilities in there, that could be exempt.
Yeah.
Well, just shorter trees.
I understand you want to, I mean, but the tree clearing is different than the grubbing. That's,
Yes,
you know,
yeah, right.
You know, I get that.
But what it says in the article is clearing.
Right. And that's where you get into it because cutting and clearing are two different terms used in construction.
Right.
So it seems to me pretty not real onerous on the property owner, because if the development wishes only to cut trees in excess of a threshold, then a permit must be obtained. Well, what's that permit? What's that going to be based on? That getting that permit? I mean, I would think. Well, I guess I don't know what criteria is going to be looked at for that permit.
Good question.
Well, primarily, it's going to be erosion control of the tree cutting or for the clearing.
For just the tree cutting.
For the tree cutting, all we want to make sure is that it was reviewed by a forester, I believe.
Right.
Okay, well, that's not, to me, that's no problem at all for a property owner, or hardly a problem.
Yeah, up to Greg.
But I guess at this point, I'm a little more concerned about the issue of whether it's a development or not. So in other words, if there's an established lot and then someone wants to go cut a whole bunch of their trees, and that could really make things look pretty crappy for the neighbors. And this doesn't seem to protect that at all. Not to open a bigger can of worms, but that's kind of what I'm seeing on the site at 7 Main Street.
Yeah, and one of the things, Mike, that I've kind of run into with that one is my first conversation with him was, well, what are you planning on doing here in the back? Because he's cleared a bunch of land out in the back and it looks like he's going to build something. And he says, well, I don't know. I'm not planning on doing anything right now. If he had said, well, I would like to build X, then he cleared that for development. And right. I can say, okay, well, you've cleared in excess of what you're allowed for development. But he doesn't currently have a plan to do anything. He just wanted to cut the trees. So is he clearing for development or not? You know, so it's something where if I'm going to take someone to court for it, my concern with that one is it is pretty open. We don't have a definition. And I would need some proof of them clearing for development. Even if it is, you know, it looks to be pretty clear.
Well, maybe I'm missing something here, but for my eye, I just as soon take out the whole issue of for development and just say for any lot, whether it's already developed or not. Because then that would sort of cover, you wouldn't have to get into that issue with the guy at 7 Main Street. And then to me, we're protecting all these types of scenarios, regardless of whether or not there's already a house or structure there, or whether or not they want to develop. To me, that's not the issue.
So you'd rather say something if the owner or property owner wishes to only cut trees.
Yeah.
I thought this was a simple one.
Yeah.
You know, I told Chris.
Sometimes also in these things we we include the purpose of what we we have a little blurb, intro blurb to our ordinance, and in that purpose we could kind of state what the goal of the restrictions are, and those being that we want to maintain the water quality. We don't want to restrict for utility development or solar panels or along those lines. And I think that would answer Kevin's problem. Probably not Greg's problem because it's an ordinance, so it'll never answer Greg's problem. But,
I have a lot of faith in people.
But if we take out the development,
Not
it'll take care of
ordinances.
everybody. Does that sound workable?
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah,
looking at it. It's an article, it's within the article, and typically, just trying to look at our ordinances here as we're on the line here. Typically, under standards, we don't do
Yeah.
the purpose. I think rather than the purpose, I would rather just lay out what exemptions we would consider, whether it be for agriculture or whether it be for private utilities such as, but not limited to, solar panels, antennas, solar, I don't think anybody, well, there may be some still out there, the dishes, the satellite dishes and things like that. So I would be open to saying that those could be exempt from this standard.
As long as somewhere in there we include the erosion control as a primary responsibility.
Yeah, we can finesse some language in there for that.
Jim, I think that makes sense because I don't think anyone, based on the cost and expense of putting in solar panels, I wouldn't think someone's going to cut a whole bunch more trees than they need to get, the full day sunlight. So maybe, if we just exclude that use from this ordinance, then maybe we're sort of not really creating more harm, and I agree with Kevin, green energy is good.
Yeah, and I think, to Bob's point, the purpose of this was to really just stop people from being able just to go and clear cut their lot for the sake of clear cutting their lot, or just to create massive lawns. I think we're all okay with a big lawn, just as you have adequate protections in there to protect your neighbors and the environment.
All right, everything okay? Ed, you
Okay,
okay?
so we'll clean that. We'll fix that up a little bit and add the provisions for utilities and for agricultural purposes, and put a little erosion control language in there.
Okay. Next up.
Next one, I hope is easy. It has to do with the mixed use. This was just a case of, I think, a clerical error in the ordinance. It basically said that both floors had to be only for commercial uses. We know that's not the case. We do allow in mixed uses that we want residential upstairs and commercial downstairs. So it was really just a matter of clarifying what was what.
Yeah. Anyone have any problems with that one? Good.
No. All right.
Septic?
Next one has to deal with septic waste disposal. And I know Alex did a little research on this. I'll just quickly summarize, but then I'll let him chime in. Basically, when we're within a certain distance of, originally it was Sebago Lake, the Pool and Water District has its own standards and regulations for sizing of septic systems based on daily use per bedroom, because that's how we size septic systems in the state of Maine. When this ordinance was written, I think we just adopted that for all water bodies in the shoreline zone. And what we are thinking now is, if you look at that section 6, it just helps clarify it a little bit more that you shall meet the Pool and Water District wastewater disposal system permit protocol. One thing that we did discuss after that provision that Alex made is, we thought it would be more practical, easier for people to understand if that applied to just great ponds, because when perennial water body could mean anything from a wetland to a stream to any large area ponding water, and that's not necessarily the locations that we need to be that stringent on. It really is around the larger water bodies where that direct effluent can get into the lake quickly, and that's why it's a setback of, I think we use 250 feet, but I'll let Alex explain it a little more in detail.
I think you're doing a great job, Jim. I don't even think I need to say anything. He got that pretty much spot on. The Portland Water District is no longer on the 1988 regulations. They have a permit protocol that I think was most recently established and updated in 2014, something like that. But the big takeaway is they only regulate within 200 feet from Sebago. So our ordinance has taken that further and said all perennial water bodies within 250 feet. So, you know, we talked about possibly a miss, weren't really sure how it was going to go, but we've at least set it up so that, like Jim said, we would get rid of the perennial water body and just say Great Ponds, and update the reference.
We also stayed with the 250 because we thought 200 was a number that most of us aren't familiar with. We're familiar with 250 from DEP standards, and we thought 250 was a better regulatory setback that everybody is aware of.
Yeah, we should do that with a 600-foot shoreline zone while we're at
I
it.
actually agree with you, Greg, on that. The rest of Raymond doesn't agree with us.
Oh gosh, that was what, 30 years ago or more? Yeah, I'm sidetracked, you know, so.
We're gonna be muting you pretty soon, Greg.
Any thoughts on that? And Alex, is it 100 gallons per day or 120?
120. So it goes up from the standard, which is 90 to 120 per bedroom.
And another reason we thought that this was still practical was that obviously now with a lot of lakefront development, we're seeing more Airbnb, seasonal rentals where there are probably more occupants in the structure. This provision that the water district put in was to be conservative so that these septic systems would be larger and be able to handle flow so we didn't get into failed systems. So I thought is that this is a good backup because we are seeing more and more rental properties with a lot more people than were probably anticipated in some of these single family residents.
Good point. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Concerns, problems? You okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. The next one is the ZBA findings, and Alex, I'm going to let you run with this one, but I think it's mostly about making sure there's a section they added in there about findings.
Basically, what this requires, if there's a variance granted, we generally will issue a certificate, and that gets recorded in the Registry of Deeds. And I thought that this was actually state law, but I could be wrong on that. But it is pretty standard and has been for many years that if a variance is granted, ZBA issues a certificate, and that gets recorded in the Registry of Deeds in order to record that and make sure that it runs with the property.
And just to clear, the first part of that I saw that was redlined. We actually made that change last session. It just was, I think, a carryover for the dates of the meeting.
Yes.
I remember that, yeah.
But this is important because it is a document that goes with the land.
Yeah. Again, makes sense to me.
I take it the Board of Appeals was involved in this one? Alex?
No, it was actually Mary that pointed this one out to me. It's on our application for the ZBA, and she had noticed that it wasn't actually in the ordinance, but it was on the application and thought it might make sense to correct that.
All right, nice going, Mary. So you really do something in that office, huh?
Whoa! Whoa! Brave man, Bob. Brave man.
Yeah. When you're on Zoom, you know, you got
Bob, I know where you live.
Hey, thanks, Mary. Better than me.
Okay, I think that one is pretty straightforward too. I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense. The next one would be junkyard regulation update, and that is on page 42 of your packet. And basically what's happened there is the state regulations, I believe, have changed, and this is the new section that describes that. Is that correct, Alex?
That is correct. The old reference was actually repealed at some point in time. I don't even know when, but so this would be the updated reference.
Problems?
Again, more clerical than anything, I think.
Okay.
Okay, now we get into the next two topics have to do with the fire department. And I believe both of these, correct me if I'm wrong, Wayne, are basically the same as what we saw last year.
That's correct. That's correct.
This is just, again, again, we can have this discussion, but last year you did endorse this to go to the Board of Selectmen. It was at that level that they nulled it and subdued this. I don't know. So it's back again in 2021. I think everybody was here at that point. So again, it's just a recap. The sprinkler systems would affect any single family home over 4,800 square feet. And the NFPA one is to really just update the standards following the NFPA 101 provisions to the 2018 version. Is that correct?
That's correct. NFPA 1 and NFPA 101 to the 2018 edition.
And that language has been just sitting there eagerly waiting since 2020. So
I don't see any reason to revisit this here.
well, we just have to go through the formality of
Well,
again.
yeah, no, I know that, but I mean, as far as discussion goes, I think we kind of beat this one. Anyone have a change of heart since last year?
Can I just ask about under Article 9, Section 4? It's on the last page of the small handout. It's the first sentence says a fire sprinkler system is required throughout any existing large residential, one family or two of 4,800 square feet or more. I'd sort of like to get rid of the word large. I just think it might cause confusion. I mean, it's clearly defined in terms of square feet, so I don't know that we need large. And I think if we leave the word large in there, it might allow some argument of some sort later on or confusion.
That makes sense to me.
Okay, that's really a wordsmith issue, but we can address that.
All right.
And that was again Article 4.
Yeah, Article 9, Section 4.
Article 9, Section 4.
The first sentence.
It's on page 3 of 3 of the handout.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are we good with this now?
Yep.
Okay, now we go back and get into a little more what I thought would be more discussion on tiny homes, tiny houses. That takes us back to the pages that started. Alex and I both have been trying to peruse this. The state, obviously I attached the legislative action that they took on this. It's still up in the air as far as a lot of the requirements. It looks like a lot, but when it comes, push comes to shove, it's really still a difficult thing for code enforcement officers to regulate. They did do a nice job, I think, as far as if you look at the piece I handled out, 80-C tiny home, they did define and have a decent criteria in there as what defines a tiny home. The issue I think that we're still struggling is where do we under what portion of our ordinance do we regulate these? You read through this and it talks about the axles and everything like that, and it starts to make you feel that it falls into the category of mobile home, but then it is a standalone structure. Our thought, at least my initial thought, would be to kind of put this into the same section as we did the manufactured housing, just because we had quite a discussion about that a year or so ago, and about foundations and what constitutes a structure and what's the regulations on that. Again, this will come down to a lot of what Alex will have to do as far as regulating this. So the Currently, the definition says that the tiny home will not exceed 400 square feet. And the vehicle is without motive power. Tiny home does not include trailer, semi-trailer, camp trailer, recreation vehicle, or manufactured housing. I guess what I might recommend is we just take the state definition, put it into our terms of definitions, and then maybe just put tiny homes under that whole manufactured housing piece. But I'm sure somebody's going to tell me that they don't have to be a tiny home doesn't have to be manufactured and there's no certification and everything like that. So then I'll leave it to Alex to where we should go from here as far as the code side.
Yeah, I mean, Jim and I have struggled with this one. I think that that's probably pretty clear, but I mean, I reached out to other code officers. I reached out to our attorney, and I think what I got back from pretty much everyone was there's just not a whole lot of stuff out there for us to rely on right now. There's a, there's an IRC appendix for specific to tiny homes, and there's a lot of questions on the standard that the tiny homes are being built to. Is it similar to an RV, or does it more line up with like a park model type structure? The way that I've always looked at it, and really the way I'd like to continue to look at it, is if it's a stick-built tiny home, it probably should meet the standards that a large tiny home has to meet as far as specific to safety. So egress, and plumbing, septic, waste disposal, stuff like that. Electric should be done to the electric code. I mean, we still want to make sure that these dwelling units are safe and have to meet the bare minimum of a regular dwelling unit. They're just smaller and more efficient. I guess that's kind of where I'm leaning with it. And I think that what was recommended to me from a couple other code officers was, if we're going to look at bringing or putting anything into the ordinance, it might just be a definition to start and see where things go in the next couple of years and work with it. But the larger municipalities, there really isn't anyone out there that has a specific code or real standards for tiny homes.
I agree with you, Alex. I think we should have a standard that agrees with the current standard for larger houses, yet in safety, electrical, plumbing, and everything, yet allow them to have smaller dwellings. I think a lot of the tiny homes that I've looked at, they've built them and they're very similar in construction to a full-size dwelling, but they're just smaller because one or two people can live in a very small dwelling very comfortably. So they don't require to have X amount of square feet in a living room or, kitchen or whatever. And it's more like, I'd say building yourself an apartment to house standards.
Kevin, do you see it with our manufactured homes and mobile homes, or do you see it more as just a normal residential
A
development?
downsized residential dwelling is what I see it.
That's what I thought you saw. Yeah. So in which case, what we would really need to specifically address it if it's just going to be under what we would consider to be normal single family construction. Alex?
Yeah, I do think it's important to define it, just because it's a term that is becoming popular in the industry, and people coming into town may just want to know, I want to put a tiny home in, and if it's void in our ordinances, then that just creates a lot of confusion. If we at least define it, it gives us some kind of baseline to start the review from a code standpoint. I guess in the definition that the state has, the only thing I would add, which I heard you say, Bob, is tiny home means a living space permanently constructed on a frame or chassis and designed for permanent living quarters. I would like to have the word dwelling in there somewhere, because we do define dwelling in our ordinances, and just so that people understand that there's no exemptions for tiny homes. They fall under our dwelling requirements. We can define it just so that if somebody does come along and wants to put some tiny homes in, they understand that it falls under this category.
And then just add the definition to our definitions.
Correct. Yeah, I think we'd add tiny home in our definitions, and then, you know, just make sure that we refer to it as a dwelling or a dwelling unit.
Kevin, does that
And
address?
I think it probably would.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking for. I mean, they can be manufactured tiny homes that meet standards, our standards.
Yeah, I think we can use that state model, that the definition that they have. We can just dress it up a little bit. So again, it refers to a dwelling unit.
I have a question.
Here comes the NFPA guy.
I'll let whoever else was jumping in first, and I can follow up.
Well, I guess the only thing I would say would be in that definition, it might be best to say something along the lines of it's still needing to meet the requirements of a dwelling unit. So that, because what's going to happen here is there'll be dealers and there already are dealers that are making these things to a different standard, and they're selling them to people saying, oh, they meet all of the requirements. You can use this as a dwelling unit. And then these people are coming in and saying, okay, I was sold this thing, and kind of similar to a mobile home where you get it and it's still legal and built to, you know, the HUD standards. They think that they're just ready to pull it up and into the lot and they're good to go. So I think it would be best to have something in the ordinance that makes it clear that we don't have a substandard allowance for tiny homes. It needs to meet the rules for everything else.
Sure.
And under that definition, 80C tiny home, A gets into some American national standards. Do we want to strike that and maybe insert that language you just described, Alex? Because it does get into NFPA standard 1192, and you know, I don't know personally what 1192 is. Wayne, maybe you do.
It's recreational vehicles.
Right.
So we don't want that. We want it to be a higher standard.
Right.
Which is exactly what a few other code officers have told me, is this standard is essentially allowing someone to use a park model or an RV as a dwelling unit.
So Alex, you and I probably can wordsmith this down a little bit based on this discussion tonight, and definitely take out that section A and change that around a little bit. But I think we've got a good sense of where the board wants to take this, and obviously where you need to take it so that you have some jurisdiction as far as how these are built.
Yep.
That work for the board?
Yep.
Sounds
good.
Thank you. Moving on, I guess at this point, the last one is to deal with affordable housing. And I gave you some information here on the back end of this, which I got from the state actually, into incentives for affordable housing. Obviously, we've heard a lot of that in the news with some of the larger municipalities, as these prices for homes are skyrocketing right now. Affordable housing is getting more and more pinched and difficult to find. I believe our comp plan is already outdated, but one of the major components of a comp plan is to provide means for affordable housing and makes you eligible for a number of grants. I'm not going to get into where we are with any kind of comp plan. I mean, that's a discussion, another sidebar, but I think what Bob and Alex and I had talked about is how do we encourage developers or entice them to provide affordable housing, and where would we want that? So this again is just an early discussion on this. We haven't really developed anything. Our thought process would be we should really look at our village districts. One, because they are the center of our community, where smaller lot sizes are allowable, where services are more readily available for people with economic strain, and where it just seems to make more sense than to have them in remote areas of the town, to put them in the village district where transportation and amenities are much more easily accessible and affordable. So that would be the district that we'd be looking at. As far as what we would want to do for incentives, I don't know if we want to look at, if somebody comes in with a subdivision, do we want to look at a density bonus? Do Do we want to give them the ability to do less frontages? There's a whole gamut of things we can do, and I guess I'm just trying to get a feel for what the board thinks is a good approach to incentivize, the village district for some more affordable housing. We haven't seen anything since I've been here in town since 2012 for affordable housing. So just interested in what the board has for opinions.
Yeah, it seems like maybe some density reduction, reducing some of the density requirements, maybe that would make sense.
Yeah, and if for those board members, Bob and Greg, you folks who were here before, we used to have a density bonus for elderly housing over 65. Actually, we just reapproved a subdivision back a couple of years ago that had that, and somewhere along the lines that got eliminated. Again, it is a difficult thing I think that was probably a difficult thing to enforce. You go up and knock on the door, can I see your AARP card? But it does become a little bit of a challenge as to make sure that people aren't subleasing or other people of under retirement age are living in those communities. But this one is it's a different beast, just because you're trying to help out those that are in economic, stress or in a different place economically and can't afford. Right now, obviously, we're in a massive spike in real estate prices. Things are escalating extremely fast, and those people that are less well off are getting left behind, and they are a viable part of all of our communities. So how can we assist and provide them at least some development opportunities?
Let the restaurants open again. All of the above.
But if we're going to do a comp plan, it will be a necessary component of our comp plan as well. And I know that there's discussion starting to spike about that, as well as, we need to start kind of looking at the comp plan going forward somewhere in the near future, because our old one is expired and outdated.
I mean, to me, it's kind of challenging for a town to try to promote affordable housing, because when we need it the most is in a situation like now where real estate prices are just going crazy. Right. And so why the heck is a developer going to build affordable housing when they can build something and sell it for a whole lot more? So it seems like a big challenge to find enough ways to financially incentivize that sort of thing.
Well, I think, Mike, what we see in a case like this is you get organizations like Avesta that are looking to, they're always looking in around Cumberland and Androscoggin counties to find affordable developments to put in apartment units or multi-units for that purpose. So again, if an organization like that were to come to the town right now, they would be stuck utilizing current zoning densities. And if they did approach and we had something on the books, maybe we could fit a few more, multiplex units in or duplexes in or something like that.
Gotcha.
And I do think that we want to look at that from a standpoint, probably from the idea of multiplex or multi-units developments. It might make the most sense where affordable makes the most sense. Single family affordable housing is probably difficult just because of the land consumption. If we're trying to be efficient, I would think that a developer who is doing affordable housing would more likely come in with a multiplex type development, rental type properties.
So Jim, do you think we could do something along the lines of a density calculation, which at some, you would need to know where some sort of target point would be that would make it attractive enough for a builder to build? But
yeah, and I think you and I had a conversation too, is maybe we could even reach out, maybe reach out to somebody like Avesta or some organization that does a lot of these affordable housing projects and just see what is their breaking point or what is the incentive that they need to look at a community like Raymond. I know they're looking at a community like Poland right now. So they are starting to reach out more into the rural areas than just the urban centers.
And is it possible to look at something besides income, but have it targeted to the the dwelling price.
Right. Well, when I say income, that's what I mean. It's what people can afford. So it's really the price of the unit that would be. And I think there's some information that may be available at the state as to what criteria, they would put that under. Like everything else, though, that bottom line is escalating.
Right.
It's like if you look at a FHA now, I think an FHA is somewhere up in 300,000 range, for a first-time homeowner. That just seems crazy, but that's where it's gone.
Wow.
Anybody else have any thoughts as to what areas we might want to incentivize? I mean, there's things in there too that if you're on public water, obviously you get a higher density because you don't have the septic and well competing on the land. Some of this will play out basically on what can sustain on the land for sewer and water consumption. That is usually one of the bigger things we have to be careful about. But
you think are there models, Jim, that we could copy off of?
Oh, I think for a community like Raymond, it might be a little thin stretched. When you get into the cities or in some of the Cumberland County coastal areas, obviously they've got things in there for affordable housing, but it's on a whole different. I mean, you got public sewer, public water. The densities can be much different. We can take a look to see what might be available in some of those communities and maybe see what the thresholds are that they use to find terms or things like that. But where we don't have a huge amount of our town on public water and we have no availability of public sewer, that in itself dictates what the land can hold.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Well, the issue is a lot bigger than Raymond, but
absolutely
nothing wrong with addressing it somehow.
No, and to your point, I mean, it gets into public transportation and everything that you can possibly imagine as far as, where we'd want to put these things. Again, that's why we thought the village, or close to the commercial district off 302, where people would be potentially connected to public transportation and, again, amenities of the town close by. Shopping centers, service centers, we don't want these people utilizing their vehicles and racking up expenses as well.
Okay, so for affordable housing, I guess we can ask Jim and Alex to keep on pursuing, right? See if we can find some other models to look at.
Yeah, and just as a forewarning, this may be one that maybe just trickles over. Maybe this is a bigger issue that it might take a little bit longer time, but let's see what we can do in the short run. And if we don't feel we're comfortable with it, we can carry it into the next year. But obviously, again, this should be paired up with whatever we end up doing with a comp plan down the line as well.
Would it be feasible to study the vacant land that we have in town to see where this would work? I mean, there's not a lot of sites. You may have to look into maybe a zone change or something to provide incentive. Take a small residential area and change it to village residential
or we could add, I think that's where we were going, Ed, is that we'd be looking at maybe a new section of the ordinance. Right now we have open space ordinances for cluster development. Maybe we could come up with something equal that would be for affordable housing development.
Yeah, I think at least my take is that it would be easier to have a complete development that's affordable housing as opposed to bring in, say arbitrarily the price.
Right.
You have a division of single family houses that are going for 200,000, and if the developer sells one house for 100,000, he gets an advantage.
He gets the vote. No, I agree with you that's why I was saying it should be like an affordable housing development ordinance where, again, it's, if they come in with that, then they get the benefit, because to your point, like we did with the elderly housing, somebody comes in here and they maximize the density and get 6 extra units in there, and 5 years down the road, we have no idea who's living in there, and they could be on the market for back to every market price, or no age restriction. It's just difficult to track, where if you do an affordable development, you know the whole thing, it has to meet the criteria. Any other thoughts?
No, I think that's, we'll look for we'll look for some models. We'll have the density calculation that we'll look to see what will make it attractive, and it will be a solely affordable housing development, no mixed use.
Yeah, and I think, you know, maybe offline, Bob, you and I, Alex, maybe we can get a Zoom meeting with somebody like from Avesta to understand what they look for suitable development.
Good. Okay. Timeline. So I'm guessing that there's no real major problems. We've got, where our timeline would be, we'd have to have our public hearing in March. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's typically when we've done them in the past. We have it in March, and that time it gives the council or the Board of Selectmen time to review our recommendations and process it to get it out in front of the town meeting, typically held in June.
So we would need the ordinances ready for voting in our next meeting.
I would say yes.
Right? I mean, this is January. February, we would need the ordinances to vote on, to send that, to have the, no, excuse me, we'd have the ordinances review.
Right.
March, we would have the ordinances ready for the voting.
You know, you need a full red line review version ready for the next meeting.
Correct.
And then we'd have a public hearing in March.
Right, with the vote.
Right.
Is that doable? With the exception of the affordable housing, is that all doable for you guys?
Yeah, Alex, I think most of it's there. It's just a little bit of wordsmithing. I don't think there's much work at all there to have that ready for the next meeting, red line.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. For those, for you late arrivals, I asked Tom to join us this evening. Tom, just as a repeat, was interested in the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I asked him to join us tonight to see if he would consider the planning board for our openings, and Zoning Board of Appeals does not have an opening, and hopefully we didn't scare him away. Do you have any questions for us?
Well, you haven't scared me at all. So,
Good.
but I stayed silent on a lot of those issues because I have my own questions, I guess, on some items of concern. But no, you haven't scared me away.
Okay, great.
Well, Tom, feel free to come back when we have a public hearing.
Well, that might be scary. But, so you know, I do have a semi-engineering background. And,
perfect.
Yeah, spent a lot of years at Bath Iron Works and in the Navy.
So we can sign you up, Tom?
Let me think about that. Just yeah, Mary warned me about this meeting versus the other ones.
Yeah,
that bad, huh?
with the exception of she probably likes this meeting better, right?
It seems less contentious so far.
All right, so is there anything else we need to talk about? Yes.
I don't believe so. And Alex, I'm not aware of any applications that are forthcoming to the board. Are you?
No, not at this time.
So as we stand right now, it looks like we'll again be doing ordinance review at the next regular meeting.
Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Let's do it.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Oh.
Aye.
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 Ed, we're done.
Woo-hoo.
I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the Town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations. But I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through. We'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form into me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry is supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah,